Hi, Tooth. Welcome in. What if the whole single for X amount of years things is a bit, and you've been married to your high school sweetheart for 6 years now? Well, I've never had a, like, high school sweetheart. So, no, that is not reality. I didn't date till, like, I was out of high school, and I've only dated one person. I wish I had a high school sweetheart, though. Like, imagine being that lucky to find love so early. My parents met at 15 and 16? That's so cute. Do you think they got, like, matching graduation rates? They graduated a year apart? Dang. Imagine. Guys? Hello. It is Saturday, November 15th, 10:29 a.m. live at a reasonable time today. Today the plan is simple. We are going to try and beat Please Be Happy. We have 2 chapters left. Apparently, chapter 4 is 8 hours long. We only got through like an hour or 2 last time. So, we'll see how much we can get through today. Oh my god, my voice is already fucked. We'll see how much we can get through today. And whatever we don't, we do tomorrow. And if I do beat it, cool. Because we gotta beat this. It's been like 3 weeks. My grandpa made both of their rings. Oh, that's so sweet. I would love to marry, like, somebody who's handy like that. That's so cute. So I'm looking at my busted up finger. I can't show it because it's kind of bloody. But I smashed my finger at work the other day. It's almost healed. I should wear a band-aid, but I'm not going out today. Dude, how am I warmed up today for once. Okay, anyway. Let's begin. Editor. I don't remember where we left off. I think we were just chatting. Because this game has a lot of talking.
Oh yeah, that's what happened.
I have 17 hours in the game already? Bro. Oh my goodness. Oh wait, no, it's not the hours, it's the time in which you save the game, okay. Okay, chapter 4, day 4, we go back into it. Wait, the game's broken. Oh, we can only go to Hataitai Park. That's why I can't click around. Early in the afternoon, my phone buzzes as I get a call. I check it, expecting to see Juliet or Aspen, but I'm surprised. And not surprised when I see that it's Lena.
Hello?
Miho, I need your help. It's an emergency.
It's honestly so cute how Lena, like, video calls us every day. Like, it's so sweet.
What? What's wrong?
She's dead.
Come to the park. I'll tell you there.
Dude, she's always at the park. The call ends when Lena hangs up. I have no clue what's going on, but it sounds serious. I put on my shoes and hurry to the park as fast as I can. When I get there, I quickly spot Lena, her bright pink outfit making it easy.
Lena, what's happening?
Oh, Miho, good thing you're here. It's a disaster. Cyrus asked me to be in a play with him.
And that's bad?
Play? Wait, that's it?
Unamused.
What do you mean, that's it?
I thought you were hurt or something. You said it was an emergency.
It is. I have to give him my answer soon.
I sigh and force myself to come down to Lena's level. I was expecting to find out someone was hurt, so I'm just relieved that that's not the case.
Okay, I don't get it. Why is that such a bad thing? I thought you wanted to spend time with him.
I do, but that's a lot of responsibility. He wants me to play Siegfried, and he'd be the White Swan.
Oh, that's unexpected.
I don't know the characters, but that seems a little backwards. Are you afraid you can't do it?
Sort of. I'm afraid that if something went wrong, that'd ruin any chance I have.
Seeing Lena be so nervous about something is the total opposite of what I normally expect from her. Even during the other activities we tried, she always gave it her all.
When do you have to give him an answer?
Today! That's why it's an emergency!
Okay, valid.
Whoa, can't you tell him you need longer to think about it?
Well, it's already been a while. I thought I'd make up my mind by now, but I still haven't. What do you think I should do?
Just then, I noticed Cyrus himself walking up the path towards us.
Oh, there he is.
Lena turns to see him, and then looks back at me with fright.
I'm out of time!
Oh!
I'm out of time!
Sorry, misclick. She tries to put on a cool face as Cyrus reaches the two of us.
Hi there. Sorry to bug you, Lena, but have you decided yet?
Ooh. Awkward.
Not yet. Still thinking about it, sorry!
It's already been a week.
Oh, he sounds so annoyed.
Nuh-uh, not for another 43 minutes. Then it'll have been a week.
Actually. Both Cyrus and I just stare at her.
Can you make up your mind in the next 43 minutes?
You bet I can.
Okay. I'll just stand here.
Oh.
Wait, for real?
Do I look like I'm joking?
Wait, I love him.
I can never really tell.
Cyrus sighs.
Look, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. But I need to know so I can ask someone else. I already have someone cast for all the other main roles. It's just Siegfried and a couple extras that are left.
Finally, he looks at me.
Sorry to interrupt your conversation.
It's okay. We were just talking about you.
Oh. What am I doing?
Wait, you know who I am?
Yeah, we've met before. We were partners at that painting class.
Oh, he will not remember.
Huh. I was trying to remember who I was paired up with. I have the picture I made, but it didn't really help much.
Yeah, I have this magic where people forget about me after a day if I don't talk to them again.
Is she just self-snitching right now? I'd have to explain this so many times, but now that it... I've had to explain this so many times, but now that it just feels normal to talk about.
Really? I think I have that too, except it's not magic. How do you and Lena know each other then?
We do a vid call every day. I talk about my life, and Miho talks about hers.
That's a weird way to talk about it. So far, that's only really half true, but I don't mind.
I see. Say, Miho, right? How would you feel about being a tree?
A tree.
Yeah, in the play, I mean. There's still a couple small parts like that I need to fill.
I'm not very tall. I don't think I'd be a great tree.
Oh!
Lena's face lights up with excitement.
If you do it, I'll do it!
Wait.
My immediate reaction is to say no. Being up on stage in front of people is still a lot for me, no matter how much better I've gotten at talking. But it seems like it would be helping out Lena, and Cyrus too.
What would I have to do?
Stand there. Haven't you seen a tree before?
That's it.
That's it.
I sigh the heaviest sigh of my life. I hope I don't regret this.
Fine.
Both of them perk up, and I see an actual smile on Cyrus's face for maybe the first time ever.
Cool. I appreciate it.
Oh, look at him. He's so cute.
We're gonna be great! You're gonna be the best tree in the play!
Rehearsal starts soon. I'll send you both the info. I guess I'll need to talk to you every day too, right?
Yeah, otherwise you'd have to ask me every time.
Oh! Let's make a group chat!
Lena instantly pulls out her phone and starts tapping.
I'm not sure.
Done!
I feel my phone shake in my pocket, and I see Cyrus check his as well.
I guess that works. Anyway, thanks, both of you. See you at rehearsal.
See ya!
It feels so odd because all the characters, it seems like the way they act, it seems like they're in school, but they're like all adults.
Bye.
Cyrus takes off, leaving Lena and I by ourselves.
Thanks as well. I feel a lot better having someone else I know be there.
No prob. Although, I'm not so sure about being in front of a crowd. Plus, all the other actors will forget who I am unless I talk to them too.
Maybe we can make a really big group chat. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine if you're just gonna be an extra. It'd be a bigger problem if you were gonna have a speaking role.
Yeah, that's true. Have you ever been in a play before?
Not since I was in school, but I know the story and the part, so it should be okay. Now that I've decided, I'm gonna do my best.
Now she seems more like the Lena I know, fiery and full of energy. That was a surprisingly easy emergency to deal with.
In fact, I'm gonna go start practicing. See you soon!
I wave goodbye as Lena leaves. I'm not entirely sure what I've gotten myself into, but I guess I'll find out soon enough. Nighttime. Not long after the sun went down, it started to get pretty cold. Clouds came in and out of nowhere, and so did the wind. I find myself sitting on the windowsill looking out before I go to sleep for the night. It's cozy in here, and I have plenty of extra blankets if I need them. My breath fogs out the window, but the cold stays on the other side. Up on Mount Victoria, though, in the trees and valleys, it must be miserable out there. I wonder where Silver is, and how she deals with the rain. Does she make a hole and burrow underground like I used to? Or maybe she finds somewhere dry to sneak into, like an empty shed or an abandoned house. She's rude and abrasive, and hasn't said a single nice thing to me. I hope she's safe anyway. As the only other Gumiho I've met, I can't help but care about her, just a little. I doubt she feels the same way about me, but that's okay. I wouldn't either, in her shoes. Still, I know how bad it feels to be stuck out in the cold, with everything turning into mud around you, or shivering under a tree that blocks most, but not all the rain. Wherever she is, I hope she's warm and dry. I wonder if that's the first time someone's wished that for her. Morning. The next day, the rain has stopped, but it's still gross and wet outside. Dreary, as Aspen would put it. Still, it's as busy a day as I've ever seen at the library. My main job is stopping people at the door and getting them to wipe the mud off their shoes before they go in. I care a lot about it because my secondary job is cleaning up mud off the carpet. The door swings open and a big Cyclops stomps in looking around.
Hiya! Welcome to the library. Wipe your feet before you come in.
Pardon? I won't be here long. I don't mean to get in your way. I'm just looking for a friend.
Who's your friend?
Oh, no one. I'm sure he'd said he'll be here, but I don't see him. I'll try again later.
Oh, okay. Good luck.
Clueless.
Thank you. Thank you. And I do apologize if I got any dirt on your floor.
Apologizing all the way back out the door, the Cyclops leaves as quickly as he came. The door stays shut. The door stays shut. My goodness. The door stays shut, which gives me a minute to find some fresh towels and rags. Once the entryway is as tidy as I can get it, I sit down behind the desk to work on my reading and writing. It isn't long before the door swings open again, but it shuts before anyone enters, and I can hear grumbling from outside.
Come on, Pippa. At least hold the door.
I'm protecting the notebook. You get the door.
Here, let me.
Oh! The poor door pops open one more time and 3 kids in matching uniforms trudge in. 2 of them, including one carrying a notebook, who must be Pippa, looks around in awe, while the other girl approaches me.
Hello there, miss. My name's Cello.
It kinda sounds like me.
My friends and I are here in New Zealand for a class trip, and we're supposed to research and put together a project on a special place in Wellington. We were hoping you might have some suggestions for where to start.
Oh, I don't know this library, man.
Hey, I'm Miho. But, I'm not the best person to ask, really. I've only lived here for a couple months. But I know a couple people who might be able to help. One of them's at work right now. The other one also lives here at the library, but she's asleep right now.
Did you say she lives here?
And did you say also?
Armand, Pippa, please. I'm sorry my 2 friends don't know how to not be so nosy.
It's fine, it's fine. Julie, she's the one who owns this place. And I both live here. I have a room upstairs.
Why am I just doxing myself right now?
That sounds like it would be too good to be true. Think about it. You'd have all kinds of books around for inspiration.
Or just for reading. It'd be impossible to get bored in a place like this.
You'd be surprised. But you guys aren't the first ones to say that.
Is it alright if we look around?
It is a library, you know. They're meant for looking around.
It's still polite to ask.
Yep, it's fine. Let me know if you need help finding anything.
We will. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
The noisy pair head off to browse the books. Although they seem like carefree kids, I can tell that they're handling the books with respect, as Juliet would say. The third girl, Cello, stays by the desk.
Ms. Miho? Since you're new here, would it be alright if I asked you a few questions about your experiences?
She also has a notebook with her, although it's smaller than Pippa's. It reminds me of the ones Aspen always carries with her.
Sure, I don't mind. But, like I said, I don't know much about Wellington, or New Zealand at all.
That's okay. It's why I wanted to ask. I also haven't lived in Amarina for very long. I'm not even from the underworld. My family and I just moved there, so I don't know it the same way Armand and Pippa do. I hope that didn't sound weird.
I know what you mean. Don't worry. I'm not from the underworld either. Go ahead, ask away.
Thank you.
She takes a seat in one of the chairs next to me, tail curling around one of the legs.
Is there anything you wish you'd known before you came here?
Looking out the window, I can see my answer.
I wish I'd known how Rainier was going to be. I wasn't prepared for it at first.
Do you not like the rain? I love it. It reminds me of being home in the ocean.
She flaps her tail enthusiastically.
I wish it would rain every day. That was one of the hardest things to get used to when my family moved on shore to Amarina. It's so dry, even with the canals. Is there anything that makes this city different from others you've been to? Or anything you miss?
It's hard to say. I've made more friends than I have anywhere else. Maybe it's something about the people. Everyone I've met has been really friendly. So, there's not too much that I don't have here.
Oh, that's good to know. It's not always easy for me to talk to people, so I've been worried about doing this report.
I'm the same way. I think you're doing just fine.
Thanks, Ms. Miho. Did you ever have a project like this when you were in school?
Well...
I didn't go to school.
I didn't really go to school, so to speak.
Were you homeschooled?
Something like that. Yeah.
You could say that. I'm getting on-the-job training.
Oh, I see. I just have one more question. Do you have a favorite place in Wellington so far?
My favorite place?
Mount Victoria, Bell House, or the library. Is the Bell House the coffee store? I'm gonna say the library.
Right here at the library. It's where I can relax, have a meal, or take a nap. Being out in the city is fun, but nothing beats being at home.
That's so real.
That does sound really nice. I think it's hard to feel like you belong somewhere until you find a special place for yourself.
After writing down all my answers, Chella puts down her pen.
Maybe that's the problem. No matter what, it's going to be hard for us to write if we don't see anything for ourselves. Thanks for answering all my questions. We're going to be here all week, so we'll probably come back with more.
Anytime. Good luck with your project.
Thank you. I'll go make sure my friends aren't causing any problems either.
They're not, luckily, and after a while, all three of them leave the library again.
Nice kittens.
Cute. Okay, there's no dialogue, so we're just passing time. Where do I want to go? Let's go to the cafe. I did the thing where I didn't know what I wanted to order, so I absentmindedly ordered something I didn't actually want. Now I'm sitting here with a black coffee that's way more than I bargained for. I mean, it's good quality coffee, it's just... Oh wait, duh. I can get myself sugar and creamer from the little counter with the napkins and stirrers. I just get sweet drinks so often I forget those are there. Let's see. How much sugar and cream is the right amount? 1 each? That's still so bitter. Let's try one more. Nope, not enough. Let's put 5 more. While I'm here, I might as well keep some sugars and creams in my pocket, since they're free. I think I catch an employee staring at me. She's probably thinking about what a good idea this is. My coffee is so yummy now. I'm a genius. 5 head. Just add sugar. Later that evening, sitting up in my bedroom, I take a spot on the windowsill again and look out.
I wonder if those kids found something to write about.
We get students visiting the library all the time, but I've never met any others who came from so far away like Cello and her friends. I wonder what it must be like, to go on a big adventure like that with the people you care about. I bet it would make traveling more fun to have someone to talk to. It'd be nice if I was able to do that. I like being here in Welly. I like being here in Welly, but I don't know that someday I'll have the urge to journey again and see more of the world. I'd love to show Juliet some of the places I've been. She's helped me make Wellington my home, so I'd like to show her where I came from, what made me who I am. That's part of why I have such mixed feelings about what she told me yesterday. Even if she did go back to the underworld, it isn't like I'd never be able to see her again. It would just be a lot less often. We've seen each other a little bit today, but I haven't really talked much since breakfast. I'd like to spend some more time with her, though, especially I may not have many more chances to do that. Ooh. I slip on my shoes and head down to the... Oh, God. I'm locked in, I swear. I slip on my shoes and head down to her study, where there's a flicker of lamplight under her door. I knock 3 times, just like she always does.
Come in.
I open the door to find her at her desk, a pen in her hand. Of course, she smiles when she sees me.
Good evening, Miho. What brings you here?
Not much. I just wanted to come see you. Are you busy?
Not at all. Would you like to sit?
Yeah, sure.
She sets her pen aside and puts some papers into a drawer as I sit down across from her. They probably come from one of her research projects. In my head, that's the main thing she uses this room for.
Would you like some tea?
Nah, I'm good. Thanks.
She prepares a cup for herself as we sit there quietly. I realize that I don't actually have a plan for how to hang out together. It feels easier to talk to Aspen a lot of the time, mostly because she likes to tease me or has things to complain about. When I'm with Juliet, we talk less, which I don't mind myself. It's not like I don't like talking with her, of course, but more like I don't always have something to say. Aspen has her writing in the Bell House, whereas Juliet just has the library, in the past. A scratching noise in the corner gets my attention, and I look over to see a couple of bats hanging from one of the rafters. Juliet follows my eyes, gazing fondly at the creatures.
Jasper and Fiddlesticks found it a little cold for their liking, so they've been warming themselves inside for a while.
Mentally, I think the bats were giving us something to chat about.
How'd you come up with their names?
I call them after characters from books or acquaintances I once knew for the most part. The names are more for me than for them.
Do they answer to them?
Oftentimes, yes. Although I'm sure it's also a convenience for my sake.
Makes sense. Words are hard when you're just an animal. Back with my person, I could understand anything they said to me, just the way they said it. It took a long time as a Gumiho before I learned enough words to understand. Before that, they were just sounds I'd memorized.
I imagine it's like that for Fiddlesticks and the others. Just sounds that they can recognize. That's all language really is, though.
One of the bats flaps its wings, adjusting itself but remaining hooked to the ceiling.
Do you ever talk to them as a bat?
No, though I'm sure they can sense that part of me. I imagine it's why they chose the library as their roost. Cosette used to call them pets. They've always been wild. Still, she was the one who first began naming them.
Whoa! They've been coming here for that long?
Yeah, how are the bats not dead?
Not the same bats, mind you. The ones Cosette knew are long gone. Jasper, Fiddlesticks, and the others are from many generations later.
Okay, I figured it wouldn't be the OG bats, but...
I'm glad that somehow they had knowledge of this place passed down to them.
Just like the people.
Yes, just like them.
History, generations, family... It never really dawned on me how Juliet's built her entire life around these ideas. Caring about her research for people was one thing, but it doesn't stop there. Even the bats have a legacy. And Juliet's been there for all of it. When I think about it that way, I feel like I can start to understand her reasons for wanting to leave. How much there is for her to miss. But also her words give me an idea. I may struggle with saying things sometimes, but maybe we don't have to use words to have fun.
Hey, do you want to go somewhere?
I don't mind, but what did you have in mind?
I was thinking maybe we could go for a walk. Since we're not always awake at the same time like this, I wanted to spend some time with you.
How cute. Juliet blinks several times, something I've seen Aspen do when she's surprised, but settling into her usual calm warmth.
I'd like that very much. But isn't it late for you?
It's fine. I'm not that tired. Besides, you're always staying up to talk with me, so it's only fair.
I see. I certainly can't say no to that. Give me just a moment to get ready, and I'll meet you outside.
Okay.
I go downstairs to wait, leaning against the front porch. I may not be able to show her the places I want to, but I can show her one of my favorite things instead. Juliet joins me after a minute, and I lead us off.
It's been a while since we've gone on a walk like this, hasn't it?
Yeah. When we delivered some papers, right? I just started staying at the library last time.
And now here you are, leading the way. Are we going to Mount Victoria by chance?
Yup. Is that okay?
Of course. It's been quite some time since I've been there either.
Was the last time when you came to my den?
Indeed it was. You've gone back a few times though, correct?
Yeah. It's one of my favorite spots.
I leave out the part about going back to my den in particular, since it involves silver.
Actually, there were these kids who came into the library today. One of them asked me some questions, like what my favorite place in Wellington is.
Wait, did I get Juliet because I said my favorite place is the library?
They're doing a school project, so they'll probably come back again.
That's lovely. You've become a Wellington expert.
I don't know about that. I told them you and Aspen would probably be more helpful. They came all the way from another country.
Oh, how nice. I'd be happy to assist if they do return.
Cool! I'm sure they'd like that.
Streetlights illuminate the way for us, although neither of us would really have trouble seeing in the dark. We don't see any other pedestrians, and the cars that pass by are few and far between. We reach the mountain and I guide us off the trail and into the brush, although I take a different direction than usual. I'm not looking for Silver this time, although I wouldn't be surprised if she's observing silently close by. After a little bit of walking, I find an area that fits where I was hoping for, open and away from the path. When I stop, Juliet looks around, understandably confused.
What is this place?
Just an open area. I've never been here before. Seeing the bats in your office gave me an idea, though.
And what might that be?
I just want to go for a walk, like I said. Except not in these forms, but our other ones. I know we came all the way here, but you said you don't spend much time as a bat, right?
Juliet does not look amused. Anyway, I gotta fix the camera. Just I'm back.
I haven't been spending a whole lot of time as a fox lately either, but it's something I like to do. So, maybe...
I trail off, a little nervous. Maybe I should have told Juliet my idea before making her come all the way out here, in case she doesn't want to. To my relief, though, her face lights up the night.
I'd love to.
Okay, cool.
Furry date. I can't help but grin in response. Then I close my eyes, focusing on my bead. Sorry. Then I close my eyes, focusing on my bead and tapping into my magic. When I transformed a couple of nights ago to track Silver, it felt a little stiff and unfamiliar, but it was my first time doing it in a while. Now, it feels natural again. I opened my fox eyes and spread my tails, looking up at Juliet, who hasn't changed yet. She regards me curiously. Now that I think about it, she's never seen me like this before. Whatever she might be thinking, though, she keeps to herself. Instead, she closes her eyes like I did and lifts her arms to her sides. Oh. Her limbs shrink like mine, before expanding back into the shape of wings as she becomes a bat. She gives them a few shaky flaps, fighting to keep herself in the air. I take a few more laps, but she gets the hang of it quickly, coasting in a circle over my head at an even pace. Once I'm sure she's ready, I turn tail and start to run. Oh, they're so cute, they're playing! The cool night breeze rushes across my fur. Beneath my feet, the earth is soft and damp, and perfect for running on. I turn my head to the side to get a glimpse of Juliet. Her eyes are focused straight ahead, and she glides through the air like a knife through butter. She follows me effortlessly as I run up and down the hills and through a field. Being able to let loose and just run like this is something I've missed doing. I push myself to go even faster, challenging Juliet to keep up. With a few powerful wing strokes, she managed to stay above me, close enough that I can feel the gust of air with each flap. For someone who hasn't done this in a while, she seems to be in pretty good shape. Since I don't have any particular destination in mind, I just lead us wherever seems greenest and most open. Above us, the stars twinkle merrily while they watch. Suddenly, from the trees in the direction we came from, there's the sound of more wings flapping. Juliet and I both turn to see a small flock of other bats coming to join us. Unlike her, I'm pretty sure these are just regular bats, but they dash and dart around us, following along like they were supposed to meet us here. I can't tell what Juliet's thinking, but I hope she's having as much fun as they are. And as I am. At the very least, it's something new for her. That has to count for something. I run and run until I've about worn myself out. As my pace slows down, so does Juliet, until I'm mobily moving at a slow trot. Juliet has to flap her wings more to stay close, turning circles like the other bats, accompanying us. Finally, once I reach a flat, grassy area, I come to a halt. I transform back into a person and flop down onto my back, looking up at the sky and Juliet.
Alright, I'm beat!
Juliet comes closer to the ground and then changes forms herself. The bats who are with us squeak and disperse, fluttering off in all different directions. I wave goodbye to them while Juliet watches them go. Then she takes a seat on the ground beside me.
My, I haven't had a workout like that in years.
She fans herself with one hand. It's the very first time I've ever seen her look worn out.
It's been a bit for me too. You did pretty good though. I was afraid I might leave you behind by accident.
I certainly had to push myself at times. I'm impressed by you as well. It's much more strenuous to run that far compared to flying.
Nah, I'm pretty used to it. Didn't think we'd have company though.
Nor did I. It was nice to have them join us.
Wiping the sweat from her brow, Juliet gazes up at the stars, looking content.
Thank you, Miho. That was quite nice.
Glad you had fun. Wasn't sure if you would or not.
It's not the kind of thing I'd have ever done by myself, I'll admit. But I'm glad you brought me out here.
Hearing Juliet's words, and more importantly, being able to see on her face how much she means them, makes me feel good, even without many words between us. Rolling over onto my belly, I push myself up and stand.
You must be worn out. Shall we head back to the library?
Yeah, I'm ready if you are. I'll sleep good tonight, that's for sure.
Juliet laughs.
I'll start breakfast a little later in the morning then.
I reach out a hand to help her get to her feet. At first, Juliet just stares, like she's not sure what she's supposed to do. But then she grabs it, and I pull her up.
Wanna do this again sometime? We don't have to transform, but I wanna see your favorite places too.
Ooh, that's a line.
I would love to. Yes, it's a promise.
Looking up at her, her honest, gentle smile illuminated by the moonlight. I want her to stay. I have to give her a good reason to stay. Dang. Oh yeah, she's leaving us. Okay, where do we go now? Let's go to the bay. I've seen people picnic on the beach before, so I got a little bit conscious. So I got a little bit curious and wanted to try it myself. Today's solo picnic consists of a pre-packaged peanut butter and jelly sandwich, a small bag of chips, and a juice pouch. Not bad for a girl with limited pocket space and only 2 hands. I hunkered down in the sand to eat my meal, enjoying the ambience of the ocean quite a bit. Is it just me, or is this way tastier than usual? Is this the magic of eating on the beach? What could it be? Is it the salty air? Does the salt make everything taste better? I'll have to remember this. More salt on my food. Yum. Ooh, nighttime. When the evening rolls around again, I drift to Juliet's study once again. The door is open, and I can see her sitting at her desk inside. Why is the door open?
Knock knock.
Come in.
I take the seat across from her. I've started to think of this as my seat.
How was your day today?
It was fine. Not too much happened. Do you want to hang out again?
Come to have me make good on my promise already.
Only if you want to. It's fine if you're busy.
I'm never too busy to spend time with you.
Ooh, that's a line.
Great! Remember, it's your turn to pick where we go this time.
Right. Give me just a moment to prepare, and then we'll be off.
We come to a stop near the ocean, just the 2 of us. Lights from the city shine behind us, and out on the water, a handful of others glitter from faraway ships. The tide comes in and out, but we stand just outside its reach. Everything is quiet, aside from the soft splashing of the water lapping at our feet. The crisp night air carries a trace of salt. Side by side, Juliet and I both gaze out at the open sea.
It's beautiful.
Juliet nods. During the day, this beach is full of people laughing and playing or relaxing in the sun. This late, however, there were only a few others around, barely more than shadows against the sea.
So this is your favorite place?
Keeping her eyes fixed on the distant horizon, Juliet hesitates before answering.
One of them, yes. I'm not sure that I could choose one above all others. I've always loved the ocean, though. I find it calming and serene. Did you know that there are no oceans in the underworld?
Really? No, I didn't know that.
It's true. There are lakes and rivers, but nothing like the sea. I never even witnessed it as a human. When I heard stories, I thought that surely they were exaggerated. Imagine my surprise when I saw it for myself.
Whoa.
I think back to the first time I saw the sea, when I followed Jongin's trail all the way to its end.
I didn't even know it existed until I saw one. And when I did, I thought it was just a really big lake.
You must have been just as surprised as I was.
I got on the boat and it took me to China. Not that I knew that. I didn't even know what Korea was, or that I'd left it.
I'm sure it didn't take you long, though. You learn very fast.
Only sometimes. There's some stuff that I learn really slowly.
As do we all. As do we all.
The second time she says it, her voice is softer, almost as if she didn't mean to speak out loud. We stand together in silence again for a couple of minutes.
I used to come here all the time. Just to stand and watch the waves. They're calming, I think.
Yeah. It makes me feel really small. Since no matter what, the ocean stays the same, you know? It doesn't care about us. Or about our lives. It just is.
Juliet nods.
Precisely. I couldn't have said it better.
Did you come here by yourself?
Sometimes. Not always. Cosette loved the ocean too, of course. When she was young, she used to say that she wanted to be the captain of a ship and sail all around the world and see all there was to see.
Did she ever do it?
No. The first time she set foot on a boat, she got terribly seasick and never boarded one again. We would go to the beach often, though. This one or others. Even if she couldn't live that dream of hers, she never stopped loving the idea. After she passed away, I would return here on my own nearly every night. Sleep was impossible, but I could gain some measure of peace and rest just by watching the tide. Its constant, reliable motion was something I could hold on to. It ebbs and flows, just like life itself.
I think I love Juliet. I glance up at Juliet, half expecting to see tears in her eyes, but there aren't any. Her voice is strong and stable too, not trembling like she's going to cry. She looks down, meeting my gaze, and smiles. For a long moment, neither of us look away. It's like the moment in the library, when I felt we were seeing each other for the first time. As we look into each other's eyes, I feel my heart start to beat faster. Oh! Oh! Even after she peers back out of the water, I feel electrified. Something begins to swirl inside me, and to take a shape that I'm starting to understand.
I spent so long in misery and grief that I began to forget it was possible to exist without them. Everything was a painful reminder of what I'd lost, and days that would never come again. And yet, I find that the ocean is still beautiful. Even now, it's more beautiful when beside someone special. Impossibly, unchangingly so. As you said, in the face of such vastness, our petty little lives feel so tiny and insignificant. Years of pain that may feel eternal are really only drops in such a big, big bucket. I think that's what helped me to find some measure of solace and strength to go on.
I'm glad you did.
Me too.
Up in the sky, the blinking lights of a satellite or airship are another reminder of how life goes on around us. They look just like the stars. Standing here next to Juliet, I feel the same quiet warmth that I did last night after our run together. Something from inside myself that feels good and strong and right. The trials and pains that we've been through are very different in nature, but I'm glad that they brought us to the same spot. I think she's in love. Beside me, Juliet takes a couple steps forward, a smile back on her face.
Would you care to walk a little?
Sure.
We move slowly, following the shoreline close enough together that I keep bumping into her. Sand makes it hard to walk straight. Juliet doesn't seem to mind, though, and for some reason, every time it happens, I feel a little spark of excitement inside. The tide sloshes in a bit higher, enough to sweep against our shoes, but we keep going. Shells and seaweed decorate the beach, and I take care not to step on anything that might break. We walk until we reach the far end of the beach, where a few stacked boulders and a pathway lead back into town. The boulders are worn down by the waves that sometimes reach here, and the grass path stops abruptly just before it. I notice something in the dark, though, a little green sprout peeking up from the ground, beyond where the rest of the plants dare grow. Julia and I stop walking, but my heart continues to pound with a dull thud, as that swirling something, that electrified feeling makes me realize what it is. Not just realize, but admit to myself. The name of that spark, that feeling, the reason it feels good to stand next to her, to bump into her, to make her smile.
Hey, Juliet?
Somehow, I don't feel nervous. Not like Aspen was, because now that I understand, saying this to Juliet just feels right. Just a step or two ahead of me, Juliet turns around to face me. The moon shines down like a spotlight, illuminating her in the darkness. Her expression is unreadable. and I wonder if she knows.
I think I'm in love with you.
Dude, I just shaked. A small wave crests, smashing against the shore. It splashes my legs, but I don't mind. I barely notice. I consider saying more. About how I remember her words that day when Aspen told me her own feelings. Or about how I feel when I'm with her. For once there's a lot I could say, but I choose not to. I've said all that I need. With Juliet, so much has always been unspoken that I'm confident she can understand me now. Right now, her eyes go wide, but otherwise, she remains unchanged. I wait. Oh no, no, Juliet does not look happy. Now that I've said that, I don't know what I hope she'll say. Thinking about myself as the kind of person who could be in love still feels weird, but also feels true. Whatever else that might include, and whatever Juliet might feel about me, that's a whole other issue. So is everything else between us, like whether or not she'll be leaving. Oh yeah. No. Dude, I'm pulling my trump card right now. No matter if she stays or goes, no matter if she feels the same way I do, none of that's important right now. Right now I'm just glad to be able to put a name to these feelings. Finally, Juliet takes a step forward and places a hand on my shoulder, my bare shoulder, mind you. She's touched me a lot of times before, but this time, I'm hyper aware of her presence.
Thank you for telling me, Miho. I must confess that I don't know what to say. My thoughts are all aflutter right now.
She's blushing!
It's okay. You don't have to say anything. I just wanted you to know.
But you deserve a response. I simply don't know how to give it at the moment.
What if Juliet's not gay?
Would it be okay if we talked about this more tomorrow?
She does sound so nervous, like her VA's doing such a great job. For the first time ever, Juliet seems truly at a loss for words. At Cosette's grave, or when I yelled at her afterwards, or any other time something has happened, she's always managed to regain her composure. But now, she seems lost. Honestly, I think I prefer it that way. I reach up and place my hand on hers.
Yeah. That's fine. Really.
Thank you.
Juliet's hand lingers on my shoulder a moment longer before sliding out from beneath mine, and I miss it as soon as it's gone. Oh.
Wanna go back to the library?
She nods, seemingly relieved. We climb the small slope up to the road and begin walking back together, side by side like before. I keep my gaze firmly fixed ahead of me, and I'm pretty sure she does too. Both of us keep our thoughts to ourselves. My heart turns somersaults as we go, filling me with nervous energy without an outlet. Now that I've said them, the enormity of my words, and just what they mean for me has begun to sink in. Juliet's kindness and compassion, the memories we've already made together, and the way she understands me in a way that only another fabled can. All those things have been pointing in this direction for someone. Or for some time. It's just that I only now figured out where that road was leading. When we get back to the library, we wordlessly hug each other before going our separate ways. Oh. In my bed, I lie awake and stare at the ceiling.
I'm in love.
I know what I sound like when I'm lying, and it's not how I sound now. My feelings are real and true, and now they're out there. Tomorrow feels so far away, and yet I don't know what I'm waiting for. What would it mean if Juliet loves me too? What would it mean if she doesn't? I'm still figuring out what it means for me to be in love myself. I haven't gotten to the other parts yet. As I close my eyes, though, thinking about her hand beneath mine and the feeling of her arms around me, I can't help but think maybe I'm hoping for more than I can admit. Oh, the next day? Girl? Okay, we're going to the park. A Tai Tai Park. Only a few days after I agreed to be in a play with Lena and Cyrus, it's time for the first rehearsal. Even though I'm not going to be as involved in it as they are, I still want to see what everything is like. I head to the park and find the area that's been set up to practice. When I get there, I find a bunch of people waiting. More than any of the other activities I've tried with Lena. Most of them are reading through thick packets of paper, standing alone or in small groups. Lena's one of the people on her own, until I go and join her.
Hey, Miho! Ready to be a tree?
As ready as I'll ever be. What about you? Are you nervous?
Me? Nervous? No way!
So that only happens when it comes to Cyrus, huh?
Maybe just a little. That's different, though. Hey, you should go find him and get a copy of the script, too.
It isn't hard to locate Cyrus. He's surrounded by a few boxes of props, snacks, and other supplies. Like Lena promised, or maybe threatened, he's been included in our check-in calls to make sure he remembers me. He nods when he sees me approaching.
Oh, it's my favorite tree.
Hey! Lena said I should get a copy of the script.
That's a pretty good idea. Let me find yours.
He digs through a bunch of copies of the script until he finds one with my name on it.
Here you go. I marked all the parts where you'll be on stage.
I flip through the pages. A few sections are circled in red pen. I'm glad he did that because it'd take a long time to read through the whole thing on my own.
Feel free to relax for today. We'll do some dry reads and not much else.
Okay, I can do that.
I wander back to Lena, who's boldly speaking to no one.
But Mother, today is my birthday. It's not necessary to...
She stops, shaking her head.
Maybe a bit more whiny.
Hmm.
Oh, Miho! Tell me which one you think sounds better.
Oh, I thought she was on a phone call. She's just reading her lines. Okay. She repeats the line she was just practicing twice. Just like when she made a drink to compete with Aspen. I have a hard time telling the difference.
The second one.
Okay, I thought so too. In ballet, you don't have to worry about talking or sounding good. This is harder than I thought.
Have you done the ballet version before?
Nah, but I've seen others perform it a million times. I'm sure I'd end up doing it someday if I'd stuck with ballet.
Why'd you quit? I never really got the chance to ask before.
Oh. Lena looks off into the distance, seeming unusually serious. Her wings sag and she bites her lip. I chose the wrong dialogue tree there. Like, why did I say that? That is... Let's re-trigger her PTSD. You know who will get triggered right now, though? The non-subs. Because, chat, we are an hour into stream, so it's time for me to run some ads. You can avoid that ad by subscribing for $5.99, just $6. Skip your coffee and get ad-free viewing all month long. Or you can link Amazon Prime to your Twitch account and subscribe for free every single month. Click subscribe right now. See if you got that subscription available.
It's kind of complicated. Mostly because my parents really wanted me to do it. Like, really wanted. Ballet or dancing or anything like that. But I'm just like, hello? Can you get any more cliche than a swan girl doing ballet? Or any of that stuff? That's one of the reasons I wasn't sure about saying yes to Cyrus.
I don't get it. What's so bad about that?
They're always like, do this, do that, it's tradition, it's expected, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to live my life like that, you know? I want to do my own thing.
So you quit ballet because you don't like it?
I do like ballet, and I'm good at it too. But if I kept doing it, it wouldn't be for myself. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I think so.
See, it doesn't make sense to Miho because she's never had expectations. She's never had somebody above her, really. She's just hyper independent. She doesn't really have to worry about what everybody else thinks, so she doesn't get it. It reminds me of some of the conversations I've had with Aspen and Juliet, where they encouraged me to do things for myself. Lena's in the same situation, but from a different angle.
Anyway, now that I've said yes to doing this, I'll do my best. I've got to be the best actor in the whole performance.
That sounds more like the Lena I know. I let her practice her lines to me, sometimes singing the lines for other characters if she asked for it. Eventually, Cyrus calls everyone together to do some parts as a group. I sit on the sidelines and watch. Both Lena and Cyrus give it their all, just like Lena promised. Some of the other actors sound a little bored or unsure of themselves. Those two don't have any issues. After a while, Cyrus calls an end to the rehearsal and we all go our separate ways until next time. Oh. Nighttime. My paws carry me across wet leaves and mud. Fog has crept me into the forest as stealthily as me. Glimpses of the sky are rare between the trees and the mist. The wild mountains and hills are hidden as well, out of sight but not mind. I run, filled by a sense of purpose. It lightens my steps and pulls me in the right direction. I'm going to see someone I care about very much, and who cares about me. Somehow, we found each other. My person. The path to follow is engraved in my body and mind, almost instinctual. A warm smile, a gentle touch, a kind word. Those are the things that draw me forward. I slow down as I get closer to my destination, and to the silhouette waiting for me. It's impossibly bright as I approach, my heart pounding in anticipation, like the sun has descended to greet my person to me. Like the sun has descended to greet my person too. It matches the feeling in my chest, warming my soul and fur. So bright that when my person turns around, stooping low to greet me, light is all I can see. But I don't need to see, only hear. The voice that I could never forget.
Little fox, where is your home?
She kind of sounds like Juliet. I open my eyes to my darkened bedroom. My nap must have lasted a couple of hours, longer than I expected it to. The moon and stars are already out. I can barely remember what I did with the rest of the day. Before I took my nap, breakfast with Juliet was quiet, and we didn't talk about last night. I'm sure she'll bring it up when she's ready. Oh yeah, it's still the next day. After a quick check-in with Aspen on the phone, I went through work like a zombie, mindlessly making my way through my tasks. After closing up, I planned to just catch a quick snooze, but the late nights and exercise I've been getting finally caught up to me. The last few seconds of my dream would play in my mind while I lie in my bed facing the wall. That touch. That voice. I can't say for sure whose they were. As I come to my senses, I start to notice something out of the ordinary. A sound drifting up from downstairs. Music. Rolling out of bed, I go and crack my door open. Sure enough, the sounds of a violin and piano waft their way up from the library. There's another sound too. Juliet talking to someone. Her words are muffled by the distance and the music, but I can tell that the soft tones that it's her. I wonder if the other vampire, Ezekiel, is here. I don't hear a second voice though. I draw in a shaky breath to prepare myself and then head downstairs. The music is louder as I approach the main room, until I finally discover its source. Juliet set up an old record player on one of the library tables. A small stack of dusty records sits next to it, the sleeves all frayed around the edges. As I round the corner, the soft murmur of Juliet's words becomes coherent, and I pause for a moment to listen, still out of sight.
Both of them. You and Aspen would make great friends, I'm sure. The two of you have always been such dreamers, born for worlds greater than our own. She's at the start of her own new adventure. I can't wait to see where it takes her. Whatever it takes to make those dreams come true. I know she'll find it within herself.
I start to tiptoe around the corner, curious to see who it is Juliet's speaking with.
And as for Miho,
I freeze again, halfway there.
there's simply too much to say about her. I wouldn't even know where to begin. But there is one thing that I'm quite certain of.
I step around the wall to find Juliet at the other side of the room with her back to me. She stands near Cosette's portrait, one hand on the frame, One hand on the frame, the same as she placed it on my shoulder last night.
I'm sure you would have loved her too.
Ooh, as well? Both of us remain motionless, locked in place. Did I hear her right? Did I understand her right? A few seconds later, the song that was playing comes to an end, and the sound from the record player becomes soft static as the needle scratches the empty center. It breaks the spell that bound us. Caught. Juliet turns around slowly, gracefully. Her elegance feels like such a constant to the way I stand there awkwardly, processing what I heard. She acknowledges me with a smile, walks past me and goes to the record player. She carefully lifts the needle and turns the record over, then lowers it again. Soon the sound of music fills the air once more. Oh, was she gonna ask to dance? Oh my god. Now Juliet approaches me, one hand outstretched towards me.
Shall we dance?
I don't know how.
Even as I say that, I reach out for her as well, placing my hand in hers.
That's okay. It's quite simple.
We're in.
I'll show you.
Juliet gently pulls me forward, and I reach her in just a few steps. Oh, cute. She holds her linked hands out to the side and wraps her other arm around me. I just kind of stand there, letting her guide me. My heart feels like it's going to jump out of my chest, but I keep myself calm, focusing on the motions instead. We sway from side to side in time with the music, just turning a small circle in place. It's harder than I expect, and I stumble more than once as I try to mimic what she's doing. I've never been this close to Juliet for so long before, or to any other person. We start to move more as Juliet takes tiny steps around the room, and I do my best to keep up with her, although I'm always a half beat late. Once I step on her foot by accident, and I'm the one who winces.
Sorry.
It's okay.
She takes it in stride, not missing a step. The song ends and another starts, and we keep going. Little by little, I'm getting the hang of it, although I still feel clumsy and make mistakes. But I'm able to get into the flow, stepping in time with Juliet instead of just after. Just inches away from my face, Juliet looks into my eyes and I gulp nervously, but I stare back, trying to focus on both her and my feet.
I've been thinking quite a lot about what you said yesterday.
Oh yeah?
My voice is barely a whisper, a croak. I can tell that I'm blushing furiously. Being with her like this, I have a feeling I already know what she's going to say, but that doesn't stop my heart from racing. Juliet nods, her forehead almost bumping against mine.
And?
Oh my god! She leans in and kisses me. The music builds to a crescendo as Juliet's lips find mine. Sorry. It's like I'm reading a smut. And we both close our eyes. I surrender all my thoughts and fears, aware of nothing but the feeling of our kiss and the gentle rhythm of our dance. Juliet's fingers curl tightly around my hand and I squeeze back, not needing any words to communicate. With her other arm still around me, Juliet holds me close and tight. I wrap my free arm around her too. We rock and sway, and I trust my body to do the thinking for me. I find it easier to move in time with her. The two of us dance around the library as I let her lead and I follow, feeling warm and alive and complete. Even when we end our kiss, whoa, we were doing that the whole time? Just locking lips the whole time? We stay like this, close together with hands linked tightly. The blush on her face is still there, but I think it looks good on her. I rest my head on Juliet's shoulder, and she tilts hers against mine.
And I love you, too.
As if she even needed to say it. Morning. Juliet and I talk and dance and kiss into the night, until sleepiness manages to overwhelm my excitement and I have to go to bed. Even as my head hits the pillow, I'm looking forward to waking up tomorrow and seeing Juliet again. Wait, Aspen is going to be so mad at us. When I do open my eyes a few hours later, that feeling of elation hasn't left me, and gets me to bounce out of bed and get ready in a hurry. I stare at my own reflection in the mirror as I brush my teeth and wash my face. I don't look any different than usual, of course, but I have expected to. My lips tingle with the memory of Juliet's against mine, sorry. And the tender look on her face, a look meant just for me. Oh. Hi, Aspen. As I finish washing up, I hurry downstairs to breakfast, taking the stairs two at a time. I practically slide into the kitchen.
Good morning, Aspen!
Oh. It's not just Juliet sitting at the table, but Aspen too.
Good morn, Miho, to you.
Okay, wait. I like Juliet more, but... You know what? I think neither of the girls are perfect for Miho.
Hello, Miho.
But I think Juliet is a better match. Although Juliet's greeting is pretty typical, there's no warmth in her voice that makes me blush.
Morning! I thought you weren't going to be coming to breakfast anymore, Aspen.
Oh.
I said I wouldn't be here as frequently, not that I wouldn't be here at all. Besides, it's a special occasion. It's not every day that your two best friends start dating.
She knows?
You already know?
It hasn't even been a full day. It hasn't even been more than a few hours.
I hope you don't mind. I spoke with Aspen yesterday, in fact.
Nah, I don't. She'd figure it out pretty fast anyway.
How awkward.
Actually, I was hoping I could talk with you as well, Miho. If that's alright.
Oh, sure. What is it?
Mind if we go outside?
I glance at Juliet, who's standing up from the table. She gives us a friendly wave towards the door.
Go on. I haven't started cooking yet, so it'll be a little while before breakfast is ready.
Okay.
I get up and head out the front door, with Aspen close behind me. The two of us stand beside each other on the porch, the early morning sun just starting to shine over the hills. Late nights and early mornings. I've had plenty of both, but that's okay. I have things worth staying up for, and things worth waking up early for. Next to me, Aspen fidgets with her hair and hat, while I wait for her to find her words. I seem to be doing that a lot too lately. I have an idea what the topic might be, but not what she wants to say about it. This is the first time we've been alone together since we went home.
So, Miho. You probably remember, even if I don't, that I, said some things to you last time we saw each other.
Oh, I would leave this conversation. I would be like,
Yeah.
How could I forget? I swallow a lump in my throat, trying to just listen to Aspen without getting ahead of myself.
Although the actual memory, well, memories are a blur to me. I wrote a lot of my feelings down in my journal over the past couple months, including that evening after I left.
How sad, man.
It's weird, I have to say, to see all that written in my own handwriting, but not to connect to it or feel it anymore.
Ugh.
But I can tell how much I treasured the time I spent with you. I hope that doesn't sound rude. I know you were and are a very, very important person in my life. And I'm very grateful for all the time we've spent together, both before and after that. You're still, or again, a dear friend of mine. Yesterday, Juliet told me about the two of you. She wanted to make sure I was okay with it before giving you an answer. I swear, she's selfless to a fault sometimes.
She really is.
Anyway, I told her that of course I don't mind. I'm perfectly happy with us remaining as just friends, and I couldn't be more excited for you. Both of you deserve all the joy in the world. I'd been trying to figure out how to talk to you about everything, and what I even wanted to say, so it was relief to have this reason to say it. I'm sorry for putting it off for so long.
What is she gonna say?
It's okay. I wasn't sure how to bring it up either. I'm really glad though. I like being your friend and I don't want that to change, even if we had to start over.
I hold out my arms and Aspen comes forward to give me a hug. It's different from hugging Juliet, of course, but it's still nice. I'm also relieved to hear how Aspen feels and that she won't be hurt by seeing Juliet and me together. It's still painful to have lost all that time we shared, but at least we're both eager to rebuild it. Aspen pats me on the back before she steps away.
Well, I certainly feel much better after saying all that. Come on, let's go join Juliet again.
Right behind ya.
Back inside, there's a sizzling sound coming from the kitchen, as well as the delicious smell of cooking meat. Aspen and I enter to find Juliet frying bacon as well as preparing the usual dishes.
That smells so good!
It should be ready before too much longer. Go ahead and sit down, and I'll bring it to you soon.
Okay.
We hardly ever have meat, so this is a rare treat. I used to have it a lot more before moving into the library, even if I had to scrounge for it. Aspen and I take our places at the table, and soon Juliet brings all the food she prepared and sets it down. While Aspen and I both load up our plates and dig in, Juliet just nibbles on some bread and sips her tea contently.
You know, it's not fair that you always make us such good food, even though you can't taste it.
I don't mind. I'm perfectly satisfied seeing the two of you enjoy it.
Yeah, but you worked so hard. I guess there's no way around it though, huh?
Oh, right. You mentioned that to me as well not long ago. So is all food the same to you?
It's gonna be quite sad.
I can still taste things, but just barely. And I can appreciate the textures of different dishes too. But yes, for the most part, it's like an afterthought to flavor.
So, like drinking a flavored, sparkling water, then?
I've grown accustomed to it over the years, to the point where I can't even remember what things used to taste like. Perhaps that's a blessing in disguise.
We make short work of everything Juliet's cooked, not even leaving behind a crust of bread. After helping us clean up, Aspen departs for the Bell House, and Juliet and I are left alone at the kitchen table. I'm glad that we've gotten more comfortable with silence, because I'm not totally sure what I should be saying or doing now. As different as things may be, we're still the same people. Even though I want to talk with and be with Juliet more, I haven't magically become more eloquent. It'd be nice if my magic did work like that, though. The best thing to do would probably be just show Juliet what I'm thinking. After all, it was being open about my feelings that got me to this point in the first place, so there's no reason to stop now.
Hey, so I have a question about something Aspen said. She said that you and I are dating now. Is that true? I guess what I mean is, I love you, and you said you love me too, so now what?
That's so real.
I know what dating is, but not how to do it, if that makes sense. You probably already know that, though. I just want to make sure I don't do anything wrong.
Juliet stands, offering me her hand. I accept, of course, and stand up as well. She takes my other hand in hers and faces me, almost like we're dancing again.
There is no wrong way. Dating, lovers, partners, they're all just words. I'm happy to use any of them, if they feel right to you. What matters to me isn't what we call it, but what we feel. And I feel that being around you reminds me what it's like to exist, and to celebrate being alive, and to find joy in everyday moments. That every second we spend together is more special because you're with me. When I say that I love you, I mean that I love you, Miho. Not just who you could be or who we could be, but who you are now. So please don't feel that you have to change for me or behave a certain way. Just being yourself is all that I could ask for.
My face feels so hot you could fire. My face feels so hot you could fry a slice of bacon on it. I'm not embarrassed, but Juliet saying all those things about me is so wonderfully new and exciting that my body doesn't know how else to respond. I like hearing them though, and it helps put me at ease.
Okay. I can do that.
Still keeping my hand in hers, Juliet leans forward and kisses me, making my lips tingle again. I'm pretty sure I could get used to this. But can it last? That question permeates everything for me. For the past couple of days, it feels like we've danced around the tension, the unspoken question. Is what we have, whatever words we can use to describe it, enough to make Juliet want to stay here? I shouldn't expect one night to make up her mind, and I'm sure she'll tell me when she's ready. If the answer is no, though, if I do get used to this and to being with Juliet, then will there ever be a time where I'm ready? Once again, I force those thoughts away. The nature of our relationship has changed, but my goals haven't. No matter what's coming in the future, I want to enjoy these moments with Juliet now, and hope that they'll be enough for her too. Dang. Okay, where should we go now? Let's go shopping! It's a little hot today, so I sit in the shade of a shop's awning and enjoy the small bit of air conditioning that floats out the front door every time a customer passes through. It makes me think about how funny humans are, so determined to stay in one place that they'll build entire machines to blow hot or cold air if the weather isn't to their liking. In nature, you either adapt or move on. As a fox, I love the heat. Hot weather means lots of fruits and bugs to snack on, and lying out in the brambles and letting my fur get all nice and warm. But in this form, well, it's a little less efficient, and I can't really pant the same way as I can as a fox. Or rather, I can, but people would stare at me funny. Come to think of it, why am I even here? I'm gonna go run around as a fox for a while. Morning. The first guests of the day are the school kids from last Friday. They enter one at a time, not struggling with the door this time. The girl I talked to before Cello comes over to the desk.
Good morning, Ms. Miho.
Morning! How'd your project go?
We're still working on it.
Some of us are. Some of us just want to wander around.
It's not wandering if you have a destination.
Around isn't a destination.
His eyes are bugging, you see that? They remind me of Lena and Aspen. Cello sighs and rubs her face. She must have to put up with this a lot.
Well, that's why I wanted to come ask for Ms. Miho's advice again.
Again?
Yeah, have you met her before?
What? She helped us just a couple days ago.
Pippa and Armand look at each other puzzled. Even with her back to me, I can tell Cello is too. Wait, how does Cello remember me? Oh, it even takes a moment for me to realize what's happened. I've gotten so used to my friends remembering me that I didn't even think of how weird it was for Cello to remember too. I'm sure we haven't seen each other since the last time she was here, but she hasn't forgotten me. I couldn't even begin to guess why. Yet somehow, as strange as it is, it just feels like another part of a bigger mystery, instead of a life-changing event. Another question that I can't answer. I'd love to know why, but I can spend all day guessing and still not figure it out. I'm sure she wouldn't be able to tell me either. So weird as it is, there's no use in dwelling on it right now. When Cello turns back towards me, confusion on her face, I just shrug and smile.
It's fine. It's just a thing that happens.
The young mermaid doesn't look totally convinced, so she nods all the same.
All right, if you say so. Actually, if it's fine with you, I had another question to ask.
Ask away.
Last time, you told me about your favorite place. Are there any other spots in Wellington that you like?
She looks back at her friends, who are both distracted by some of the library decorations.
We're having trouble settling on a topic.
Before I can answer, Armand flaps his wings excitedly, blowing a couple nearby books open.
What if we did our project on this library?
There are libraries everywhere. even Amarina. What's so special about this one?
There are coffee shops in Amarina too, but you still wanted to go to one.
Hmm.
Besides, just look around. This isn't a normal library. Right, Miss Miho?
That's true, I guess.
I haven't been to many other libraries, but I'm pretty sure they don't usually double as houses like this one does for Juliet and me.
Plus, we wouldn't have to walk around so much. What do you think, Cello?
I do like it here, but only if it's okay with you, Pippa. And with Miss Miho.
Pippa rolls her eyes but shrugs.
Whatever, as long as we get it done.
All three of them turn to look at me, their expressions varying degrees of hopeful. How could I say no to that? I try to think of how Juliet would respond.
It's okay. As long as you don't bother anyone or break anything.
We won't!
You're already going to bother someone if you keep yelling like that.
Oops.
Thank you so much. We'll be extra super careful.
No prob.
The three of them set off to explore the library, browsing the shelves and peeking into some of the display cases. I keep working on my daily tasks, but keep one eye on the kids while I do. True to their word, though, they're mostly quiet and not too rowdy, so they don't cause any problems. Sometimes they sit down on one of the tables to write, and then get up around to look some more. They've been here for a little over an hour when Juliet comes downstairs and joins me at the front desk. I hop up out of my seat, pleasantly surprised.
Hey! I thought you were asleep. Not that I'm not glad to see you.
I should be, but I wasn't able to fall asleep. After tossing and turning for an hour, I thought I'd come and visit you instead. How's the library today?
Fine, same as always, pretty much. Those kids I told you about the other day are back. They asked if they could do their project on the library, and I said that was fine as long as they didn't cause any trouble.
I point to the table where the three students are sitting close together, talking quietly amongst themselves.
Oh, how lovely. I hope they're able to find what they're looking for here.
Me too. Something really weird happened too. Two of them, Armand and Pippa, forgot me like usual. But the mermaid Cello was able to remember my name from last time.
Really? That is quite strange. You haven't noticed or felt anything different?
Nope. I decided not to think about it too much. Otherwise, I'll just drive myself crazy.
A sound decision. Still, it's something worth keeping in mind.
I nod. Just then Armand and Cello both stand up and start heading over to the desk, where Pippa stays at the table.
Ms. Miho? Oh, and...
My name is Juliet. You must be Cello and Armand, right?
Does everyone here know our names? Don't tell me we forgot her too.
Oh, no, nothing like that. I simply heard from Miho.
Juliet's the one who owns the library. I think I mentioned her last time.
Oh, that's perfect. You see, we wanted to ask...
She blushes. She blushes, looking a little embarrassed. Armand steps forward bravely.
Do you think you could show us around? I can tell this isn't an ordinary library, but I want to know more about it.
Sorry to ask for such a big favor, especially since you're already letting us work here.
It would be my pleasure. Miho?
Yeah, I don't mind. Juliet's a real expert, though.
Really? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Shh.
From across the library, Pippa loudly shushes Armand. This time, he doesn't acknowledge her.
Where should we begin?
Our project is supposed to be on a special place in Wellington, so whatever makes this library special.
We can begin with the books then. I've been collecting them for quite a while.
The four of us head to the shelves where Juliet points out a few older books.
These are several first-hand accounts of life here in New Zealand, or Wellington in particular. Some are written by the indigenous people, the Maori, while others are by people who came later. It's important to read history from a variety of sources, and I've done my best to offer just that.
I love learning about the past. I can even tell you about the future too sometimes.
I quite agree. Every person from all walks of life have a perspective all their own. I've been privileged to learn so many of them.
What are these in the glass cases?
Gifts and treasures bequeathed to me over the years. I felt there's no sense in keeping them hidden away where only I can see them, so instead I leave them here for all to witness and enjoy.
I gaze into some of the displays as we pass them by. I've been at the library for so long that I've stopped really noticing some of its features, like the treasures she mentioned. Statues, jewelry, dolls. There are all kinds of things that I've forgotten about. Juliet recounts stories from some of them, about sailors and merchants who gave her things in exchange for food or shelter, or just for company. Both the kids and I listen with rapt attention, while Juliet gazes off into the distance as she remembers the past. We eventually reach the end of the shelves, where Armand notices Cosette's painting on the wall. He runs over to it, with Cello trailing behind.
Who's this?
My daughter, Cosette.
She's so pretty.
Juliet smiles thinly. I glance anxiously between her and the students, wondering if I should try to move us along, but Juliet clears her throat.
Cosette is actually the reason this library exists.
Really?
Even I look at Juliet in surprise. I don't think I've heard that before.
Yes. She also loved to collect books, to the point where we could hardly fit them all on our shelves. She suggested that we allow others to borrow them too, in order to share the stories that we loved so much.
Oh, whoa. Oh, if I had enough books to open my own library, I'd never have to go anywhere again. I could just stay home and read all day.
What about the theater, or museums, or school?
I'd still go to places for fun sometimes, but who needs school when you've got so many books?
They both laugh, and we move on to the back part of the library, away from the shelves. They both laugh, and we move on to the back part of the library, away from the shelves. Julia shows them the kitchen and the dining room, as well as what it's like behind the front desk. Eventually, we reach the bottom of the stairs.
What's up there? Can we go see?
That's where bedrooms are. And Juliet's office.
Oh. Can we go see?
Armand, that sounds like a private area.
There are some parts you can visit. I have a feeling you might enjoy seeing my study.
Really? Oh, let's go!
Juliet leads the way, and we follow her into the study.
Whoa!
Yeah. Whoa. It's like a whole other library.
Just like I was, they're shocked by how many more books are crammed into here. Something rustles in the corner. Go. Jello yelps with fear as she sees one of the bats hanging from the ceiling. It rubs its face with one wing like we just woke it up, which we probably did.
What is... Ah!
It takes a moment for Armand to spot the bat as well.
Oops! I'm sorry, Orpheus. I should have seen if anyone was sleeping.
The bat flaps its wings in what seems like an indignant way, glaring at Juliet.
Wait, it has a name?
The bats are Juliet's friends. They sleep in here a lot of the time.
Oh, I'm sorry for yelling.
Aw, she's so sweet. Despite that, Cello keeps a good distance from the corner where Orpheus is.
It's quite all right. I'm sure he'll be back to sleep in no time. This is my study, where I keep a variety of records and other books that are less interesting to most patrons. However, I suspect you may find some of them useful for your project.
Armand and Cello browse around, although they both shoot nervous glances at the bat every so often. Orpheus closes his eyes and either goes back to sleep or at least pretends to.
You're right. Some of these look really old.
And handmade.
You're both correct. Many of these volumes were handwritten, or not widely distributed.
So not many people have read them, right? Oh, that would be perfect for our project.
I am not sure these are available to borrow like the others, Armand.
Oh, right.
His wings and tail both droop down. I feel like I know what Juliet's going to say before she says it.
Generally not. But if you promise to be very careful, I wouldn't mind letting you take a few with you. So long as you return them when you're done.
Really? Oh, we can definitely do that, right, Cello?
Yes! As long as it's really okay.
It really is.
Thank you so much!
The two of them look around with even more enthusiasm, to the point where they even get a bit closer to Orpheus. Not too close, though. Juliet and I lean against the wall and watch.
Is this the first time you've let people borrow the books from in here?
The first time in a while, at least. I don't see a reason to deny them, though. It's nice to see how excited they are by the prospect.
That's true.
After a few minutes, Armand and Cello approach us with a small stack of books each.
Are these okay for us to take?
Juliet glances them over them all before she nods.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks again!
Come on, let's go show Pippa. Even she'll have to be impressed by these.
Waving goodbye to us, the kids hurry off downstairs, being careful not to drop or damage the books they're carrying. Juliet and I stay behind, near the hallway to Juliet's room.
That was fun. I learned a lot, too.
I'm glad. It was nice to have a reason to indulge in those memories for a while.
You never told me you started the library because of Cosette.
I didn't? My. I suppose it never came up.
I lean against Juliet and she wraps her arm around me. I should get back to work soon, and I know Juliet still needs to sleep. But I'm glad to have this extra moment together. There's plenty I still don't know about Juliet, but I'm looking forward to learning it. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, where should we pass by time today? Let's go to the garden. I got a pack of stale crackers wasting away in my pocket, so I figured I'd share my spoils with the ducks in the duck pond. I'm not picky about stale food, but I don't think they'll enjoy it more than me. I mean, I do think they'll enjoy it more than me. Sure enough, the second those feathered opportunists hear the crinkle of the packaging, they already start surrounding me. As I fumble to open it, the ducks start quacking discontentedly and edging closer and closer to me. I urge them to be patient, but they edge closer and closer until one dares to lunge at me as if to bite me in reproach. It startles me enough that I drop the unopened crackers to the ground with a shriek. They descend upon it like starving ants, but I didn't even open it yet. Oh. They rip it open and tear into its carcass with no problem. Okay. I don't know why anyone bothers feeding ducks anyway. They seem vicious enough to figure food out on their own. After Julie and I say our goodbyes for the night, I go up into my room and go into bed. But after tossing and turning for a while, I get up and put my shoes back on. Aside from Juliet, there's someone else that I've been thinking about a lot lately. My last encounter with Silver didn't go so well, but it hasn't made me any less determined to talk to her. It's not just because of my magic and what she might be able to tell me about it. It's because I also want to help her. I know that I can't tell her that outright, but every passing day that I spend with Juliet or with Aspen makes me more confident in my decision to stay around Wellington. While I don't expect things to go exactly the same way for Silver as they did for me, I hope that maybe someday she'll want to change too. Since I'm not ready to tell Juliet about Silver, I have to be extra quiet as I leave my room and go outside. Making my way to Mount Victoria doesn't take very long. Just like last time, I changed forms and searched for Silver's scent, logging on and following it through the forest. she's here. I eventually find her in her two-legged form, sitting on a log with her back to me. For some reason, I'm surprised. I just assumed she spent most of her time as a fox. I was gonna say the same thing too. I change forms myself. Somehow, I don't think she's noticed me yet. I'm not sure if I should call out to her to get her attention or what. I don't think she likes being surprised, but there probably isn't any chance she'd be excited to see me regardless. Taking a step, I have my decision made for me. The snap of a branch under my foot gives me away.
Damn it.
Sure enough, Silver spins around, her eyes going from shock to annoyance when she sees me. She leaps to her feet in a fluid motion, while I hold up my empty hands to show I'm not a threat.
Stupid dog. Learn to obey when you're given a command. I told you not to come back here.
Oops. Guess I must not have heard that part.
I didn't bother to make a plan for how to convince her to talk to me, since she has a tendency to mess up any plans I try. She snorts in derision and transforms as she turns back away from me. In a flash, she's taken off.
Not this time.
I change forms and run after her. She's tricky. Not just fast, she also darts back and forth, weaving around trees as she tries to get away. I don't let her, instead keeping her in my sights even though she manages to stay ahead. The forested area isn't very big, but she backtracks so much that it feels huge. If we were in our other forms, I'm sure she'd be shouting taunts at me, or obscenities. Instead, it's gravelly silent, other than the soft sound of our paws on the leaves and moss. Silver eventually gives up on trying to confuse me, and instead puts on a burst of speed, pulling further and further away from me. Why is she so determined to run away? And why am I so determined to catch her? The first part isn't tough to answer, because running away is easy. I understand because, until recently, that was exactly what I would have done too. But the second part, that's harder to say. I push myself as well, trying to run faster like Silver. It's hard though. My legs are already aching. I have to start relying on my ears and nose, and not just eyes to track her. Suddenly, I see her again. Not that far to reach. When she spots me, I can see her try to dash again. Only this time, she doesn't seem to be able to pull it off either. That's when I notice her limp. It's subtle, even that I can only tell when I'm closer up to her like this. But one of her back legs is definitely giving her trouble, and is starting to slow her down. When it becomes clear I'm going to catch her, she abruptly halts, transforming me back in a flash. I scramble to bring myself to a stop and then change too, almost collapsing backwards onto the ground. My lungs feel like they're on fire, but I stay on my feet. Silver doesn't move, her back still to me. Even as I see her chest heave when she catches her breath, she clenches a fist, illuminated by the light of her bead.
Why? Why won't you leave me alone? I've told you to stay away. Aren't dogs supposed to be good at listening?
I ignore her. I couldn't give her an answer she'd accept anyway.
Why are you limping? Did you hurt your leg?
Silence. Not that I was expecting an answer myself, but then slowly her fingers uncurl.
No, someone else did. Why do you care?
For the first time, there is less of a sharp edge to her words. For once, it sounds like a genuine question.
Because you exist, I guess. I've never met another Gumiho, but I feel like I know you. At least a little bit. We probably have more in common than you think. Or admit.
Pathetic.
I don't know if she's talking about me or not. Finally, she looks up and glares at me, staring right into my eyes. I'm not sure who I want to come across to her. Friendly? Trustworthy? Brave? Whatever we do have in common, she's also a total mystery. Even at my most alone, I was never as wild as she is.
Fine then, I'll tell you. Listen well, dog. I won't repeat myself.
Folding her arms, Silver turns her back on me and looks up at the stars.
The forest I called home belonged to man, as all forests do in their minds. Every day, to live was to be in fear of their cruel weapons that could tear you apart before you ever saw them.
She got bear trapped.
All creatures of the forest are prey to sate man's hunger for violence. I learned to run, for there was no other choice but death. To hide from their stinking horses and craven hounds. Survive. Yet, for all my running and for all my fear, one day, I too found myself fleeing for my life, slabbering beasts at my heels. There was a crack as one of their weapons rang out, finding its mark in my leg.
No, not the leg.
Despite the pain, I kept running for as long as I could before collapsing into the bush. I knew I was going to die, and there was nothing I could do about it. Nothing but quiver and dread, useless and pathetic. I thought I would choke on the fear. Instead, as the first of the hunters arrived, sadistic pleasure in their eyes, the pain in my throat became something else. In that moment, it transformed me. I was more than a pitiful fox. I became something greater, something powerful. In a flash, the fear came for them instead. They screamed the same way we foxes do, in agony and terror. The pain I felt was nothing compared to the euphoria of strength. It served me greater than fear had. And it was not only my blood that nurtured the forest that day. I knew that my wounds would heal in time, but that power would never leave me. They did, and it hasn't. Never again will I suffer a human to harm me, or anyone else.
Spinning back around, her eyes shine in the moonlight.
Never again. I told you before that we are nothing alike.
She's wrong. I could see myself reflected in her harsh gaze. I could have been her so easily.
Well, what is it, dog? Have you finally learned to hold your tongue?
Something about her finally clicks. Something in her words makes sense. The way she tells me so much even as she tells me to leave. The way she keeps asking for my thoughts. She desperately wants me to respond.
I'm sorry. All of that stuff that happened to you is terrible. I can see why you hate humans so much.
Her eyes widen, then instantly narrow.
Oh, has a thought dared to enter that empty head of yours?
Okay, that's just rude.
Yeah, I'd probably hate humans too if I'd gone through what you did. Even though I didn't, I still spent most of my life trying to avoid them, and everyone else. Everyone but one person.
I pause, waiting for her to interrupt me, but she doesn't. That's a good sign, right?
I also got my leg hurt by humans back then. Back when I was a fox, I stepped on one of their traps and couldn't get out. I also thought I was gonna die. But instead, my person set me free. Even though they weren't my person yet. And they put a bandage on my leg and helped it get better. I'd probably still have a limp today if they hadn't.
Silver scoffs, but doesn't interject.
Until I came here and met Aspen and Juliet, I thought my person was the only one worth knowing, human or not. I didn't want them to talk to me either. But now, I'm glad they did.
I search her face, trying to get a glimpse of what she might be thinking or feeling, but her expression is as stony as ever. I could keep going, but I'm not sure if it would be a good idea or not. I'm probably already wearing on her patience. You know what? We'll keep going. She hasn't, gotten mad yet. Since she still hasn't cut me off, I decided to keep talking. Who knows when I'll have another chance.
You could try that too, you know. I could even introduce you to my friends. I haven't told them about you yet. They don't have any idea you exist, but I'm sure they'd be just as nice to you as they were to me. Not all people are bad, humans or fabled. There are good ones too. Just like there are probably good and bad Gumiho.
All I get in response is a cold stare. Well, it's not like I really expected her to say yes. At least I tried. From the way she fidgets, I can tell we're getting near the point where Silver's going to decide she's had enough and run away. Before she can do that, there's something I have to know.
Hey.
What?
I never asked before. But what's your name?
Oh. She sneers, looking glad to have a reason to be disdainful again.
I have no need for one. If I wished to be known by anyone, they wouldn't use a name.
Yeah. I used to be like that too. It's how I ended up calling myself Miho.
How clever.
Which is why I've been calling you Silver in my head, so I'll just keep doing that.
Pick something else.
Ooh. That hit a vein.
Huh?
Her response is immediate. I've been expecting a do as you wish, or I don't care what a dog thinks of me, but I didn't expect her to have an opinion on my choice. Even Silver looks a bit surprised with herself, like she answered without thinking. She quickly forces back a stoic expression.
I mean, do as you wish.
Ooh.
If you tell me something else to call you, I will.
I don't care what a dog thinks of me.
Nose in the air, she turns away from me and transforms, bounding off into the shadows like always. This time, I don't try to follow her. She always has to make a show of how little she cares. It took me until tonight to understand that that means she cares a lot. For as detached and disinterested as she tries to appear, there are still weaknesses in her armor. Once again, I didn't really learn much about myself or my magic from this visit with Silver, but still, I don't think it was a waste of time. Morning. At breakfast the next morning, I'm still thinking about Silver and her story, and about how much it has in common with mine. I only half listen as Juliet and Aspen talk about a book they've been reading. Instead, it's nice to just watch them enjoy being around each other. It's so easy to miss that when you're not looking for it. Of course, you can still miss out on other things. It takes me a moment to realize that Aspen is trying to get my attention.
Miho! Miho!
Shaking my head, I bring my attention back.
That's to Miho! Anyone home?
Head empty.
There is now. Just stepped out for a minute, you know.
Believe me, I know. I was just asking if something had happened to your bead. It looks brighter again.
Oh.
It does?
Juliet does not look happy. She's frowning. Oh man, that'd be embarrassing if Aspen noticed a change before I did. I tuck my necklace away from me so I can see it. Sure enough, the glow is stronger than before. Still not as strong as Silver's, though.
I swear it wasn't like that when I went to sleep.
Maybe it changed overnight. Like your body, perhaps it needs time to process.
I know that my bead glows a lot more after I transform, so maybe they know that I transformed.
Actually, I believe I learned something useful in that regard. I was able to get in touch with one of the curators from the exhibition you saw at Topapa. I mentioned the painting of a Gumio and asked if he knew anything about them, and he told me a very interesting myth. It says that not only is a Gumio's bead the source of her magic, but it also requires more magic to sustain itself. Most Fabled take their magic from the underworld's source, but for those who don't come from the underworld, such as Miho...
It has to come from somewhere else.
Right.
We're all quiet for a moment, and we all come to what I'm sure is the same conclusion.
The memories.
Yes, I believe so. Every time someone forgets about you, I believe your bead retains that memory as a sort of power. There was a second part to the myth as well. Once it's accumulated enough, the Gumio can take that magic and make it her own, becoming something even more than a Gumio.
Something more? In what way?
A Chunho.
Oh, she knows. Both of them look at me.
Pardon?
Chunho. I know the word, but not how I know it. As if Juliet's explanation unlocked a forgotten memory of my own.
That's what I'd be. If I swallowed the bean when it was ready. Tunnel. A sky fox.
I don't know what it means, but I know it's the next step in my existence. More than a gumiho.
If you swallowed it. I suppose that makes sense, but it hardly sounds pleasant.
It isn't.
Okay. Removing my necklace, I inspect the bead yet again. The glow must be related to what Juliet was saying. That it's getting closer to being ready. I don't know if the rest of me is, though.
But why now? I don't think that many people have forgotten me recently, but it started changing so fast.
It's magic. Even as a boring old human, I can tell you that magic never works how you think it should.
Not just magic, but also myth. Myths tend to have some roots in truth, but are incomplete or warped by retelling. Trust your eyes and your heart, not just what Aspen and I find.
Right. Besides, who knows how much farther it has to go? It could keep getting brighter and brighter for a long time. I've seen... I'll see if it looks any different this time next week.
I was about to mention Silver, but managed to catch myself. I want to tell Aspen and Julie about her, but not yet. Not until I know her better myself. Not until I can convince her to meet them. And it could take even longer for Silver to change than for my bead. Although now that I think about it, what does the brightness of hers mean? That her bead is stored that her bead is stored even more magic than mine? Something about that doesn't feel right. It just can't be about an amount. There has to be something more. I wonder if she knows what it is. There's one more big question, too. One more big what if.
If I do that, would it mean people stop forgetting about me? If my bead isn't there to steal the memories?
That would be very nice if so.
Indeed. I couldn't say, but I share Aspen's feelings, as I'm sure you do too.
Yeah, I do.
I lock the necklace back around my neck. The more I learn about my powers, the more conflicted I feel. I know Aspen and Juliet mean well, but it's just not something they can understand. Even though Juliet had magic of her own, it's entirely different from mine. The conversation changes to recent events at the library in Bell House, and none of us mention anything else about magic or Gumiho for the rest of the morning. You know what I do have to mention, though? That it is time for an ad, because we're 2 hours in the stream, so if you want to avoid the ad, click subscribe for $5.99 to $6. Skip your coffee and get ad review all month long. My voice is gone. Get boomed. Whatever is going to happen with my bead, I have to figure it out for myself. Where do we hang out today? Let's do them in order. Let's go to Tai Tai Park. The park is empty today, aside from the strange sight of two girls in bright uniforms doing all kinds of stretches and jumps. I'm not sure what their uniforms are for, but they seem to be practicing for something. They pick up pairs of strange, fluffy things, one in each hand, and start doing a routine in sync. It's sort of like a dance, but there's no music. Is this some kind of sport I've never seen before? To my surprise, they end the routine with one girl doing a cartwheel and flipping over the back of the other girl. Even I have to be impressed, and I nearly clap on reflex, forgetting that I'm just a silent observer. They also seem satisfied with their performance as they pack up and leave for the day. Now, I'm curious. When I'm a fox jogging... When I'm a fox, jumping around is no problem, but this body is much less capable. Am I able to do a cartwheel too? I don't think I've ever tried it before. I picture the practicing girls in my head a few times, trying to trace the nuances of their movements with my mind's eye. It seems simple enough. Just get enough forward momentum. Whoosh. Thud. I'm not quite sure what happened, but I find myself flat on the ground rather than elegantly landing on my feet. Whatever. I'm not an athlete. I'm just gonna take a nap down here instead. Nighttime. Idly, I reach up and remove my necklace, letting it dangle from my palm. The bead stands out from the others, regular ones in the chain, since it's still glowing ever so slightly. It's a part of me, not something separate that came to me. It came from within me. And while I've never questioned that, never thought about what it might mean, it has to mean something. Would I even exist without it? Probably not. Not like I am now. I would have died as a regular fox many, many years ago. Curling my fingers around the bead, I can feel my heartbeat. It pulses in the bead too. I close my eyes and try to clear my thoughts of everything except the feeling of the tiny orb in my hand. I focus on it, letting myself feel it the same way I'd feel a pillow against my head or grass beneath my feet. Slowly, pictures come to mind. Visions of the sea and the sky and the forest. Visions of people passing by, although their faces are just a blur. No, not visions. Memories. My memories and experiences live on in this bead somehow, the same way they live on in my heart and mind. It's been changed and strengthened as a result of what I've been through, the same as any muscle. Magic courses through me, as basic as my breath and blood. I know, then and there, that I can't get rid of it. Even if there's a way, I don't want it. Like any other part of my body, I have to learn to live with it and nurture it. I don't want to be forgotten, but I don't want to lose this part of myself either. I can feel it. It's needy. Neither of us are ready yet. There's still craving that I can't identify. What is it that I'm missing? What do I still need to give it? There are other things too that make it seem more confusing, like how Cello could remember me. Was it something special about her? Or has something about me changed? Time and time again these past few months, I've found that answers I've known all along rest inside me. Feelings that I thought was incapable of coming naturally. Would this be any different? It's a puzzle, but puzzles have solutions. I don't know what the answer is, and I barely even know the question. But I can feel that something about myself is going to change soon. How and when, I don't know. It's just an instinct, same as so many other things. Uncurling my fingers, the pulsing of my heart gets less noticeable. I open my eyes to see my bead looking just the same. I have been half hoping that it would be different already, but it's not that easy. I put my necklace back on and climb into bed, burying myself beneath my blankets. Even under the covers in the dark, the light of my bead shines through faintly like a nightlight. Just like a couple of days ago, some of the first patrons to arrive at the library on Friday morning are Cello and her friends. This time, it's Pippa who holds the door for the other two, who enter with their arms full of books.
Hey, you guys! Good morning, Ms. Miho.
They stopped by for a bit yesterday as well, so all three of them should still remember who I am. All three of them come to my desk, where Cello and Armand carefully set down the stacks they've been carrying. Juliet, who hasn't gone to bed yet, emerges from the shelves where she was putting away some books and approaches us as well.
Miss Juliet! We brought back all the stuff that we borrowed.
Thank you. I can see you took great care of them. Were you able to complete your project?
We did. Pippa and I took lots of notes, and Armand stayed up all night writing a script. We decided to put together a play about the history of Wellington, using the library as the main location. Armand and I will be the actors, and Pippa's going to make the decorations.
I said we should do an art project, but our mom didn't want to.
You just didn't want to have to read.
The two of them glare at each other, and Chilla rolls her eyes at both of them. I feel a little bad for her, even though I know they're all friends when it counts.
That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm glad you were able to find something interesting.
Yeah, there was so much to read, I almost forgot to sleep. I wish we could stay longer. If we ever come back, could we borrow some more books?
Of course. Books are for reading, after all.
Armand flaps his wings in excitement, like he's already planning a return trip.
I miss my own bed. I'm glad we're going home soon. No offense.
Pippa, you're my least favorite.
I miss home as well, but I'll miss it here too.
You'll just have to come visit again sometime, like Armand said.
I'd like that very much. I'm a little nervous about participating in a play, but maybe it won't be so bad.
Well, acting's easy. You've just gotta have fun with it.
Right.
Have you done much acting before, Armand?
Just a little bit. I like watching people perform in plays, though. But this is my first time writing one.
I enjoy it as well. I've had the good fortune to know several playwrights myself, and now I know one more.
Armand blushes at the praise. I've never seen a play myself, but I basically know what they are. It's like watching TV, but in real life.
If our teacher records it, maybe we can send it to you and Miss Miho to watch.
I'm not so sure about that idea.
Aw, why not? You're gonna do great. We can rehearse on the way home to get some extra practice.
How are you going to rehearse when you're sitting on an airship? You won't have a stage or any props.
We could still go over the lines.
Okay. Let's figure that part out later.
Putting off the argument before it happens, Cello faces Julia and me again.
Unfortunately, we do have to leave because our class is going to the Skyport soon. But before we go, I had another question for you, Ms. Miho.
Sure. What is it?
Well, would it be okay if I wrote you a letter sometime?
She's blushing.
A letter? About what?
Just about life in Amarina. And you can tell me about life here. I thought maybe we could be pen pals. If you don't want to, though, that's alright.
Oh yeah, I can't write. I forgot.
Oh, I'd like to.
It's a
I've
key
never
detail.
had a pen pal before.
I'm not entirely sure what it is either.
Neither have I. But I want to hear more about Wellington and how it's still changing today.
That sounds like fun. Let's do it.
Thank you. I already can't wait.
Oh, maybe you could get extra credit, too.
We'd better not need it after we do this play.
We won't.
Slowly, the five of us move back outside to the front of the library, with Armand and Juliet chatting about the books he's read. Soon it's time for them to head off.
Thanks again, Miss Miho and Miss Juliet, for showing us the library and letting us borrow stuff.
Yeah, thanks.
It was our pleasure, I'm sure. Right, Miho?
Yeah. I hope you guys get a good grade.
Me too.
It's sad to think that Pippa and Armand will have forgotten me by the time they get home. I'm glad that they've had a good time, though, and it was nice to be able to help out a bit. Even if it was mostly Juliet who helped them.
I appreciate it too. I'll be sure to tell you all about how it goes when I send you that letter.
Sounds good. Bye, you guys.
Goodbye.
All three of them wave as they make their way down the hill, and Juliet and I wave back for as long as we can. Once they're out of sight, we go back inside.
I wonder if Cello will be able to remember me long enough to write a letter.
I hope so. It was nice of you to agree to be her pen pal.
She reminded me a lot of myself. She's new to Amarina too, and still getting used to living there.
In that case, I'm sure she'll appreciate having you to give her advice.
I don't know if I can be very helpful there.
Sometimes, when it comes to young people, just having someone to listen and be interested can be enough.
I can do that at least.
I know you can. You're always capable of more than you think.
I hope you're right.
After gathering up the books the kids brought back, Juliet and I kiss each other good night, and she goes upstairs, while I get ready for my normal day at the library. At some point, I hear the sound of an airship passing overhead. I wonder if it has Chillo and the others on board. Whether or not I do get a letter from her, I'm glad they all had a good time. I hope Chillo can start to feel more at home in Amarina soon. One of the most valuable lessons that I've learned from living at the library is that it's important to feel like you belong somewhere. Oh. Okay, let's go to the mountain. Oh man, the mountain is all muddy from an early morning rain. It was heavy enough that even the paved road is covered in mud. Tread carefully though as I might, my shoes sink dangerously into the slippery slop, all while maintaining zero traction. Unless I want a face full of mud pie, I think I'd better head back down for today. I'm not a picky eater, but that's a bit too much even for me. Oh, bummer. Morning. On Saturday morning, I wake up around my usual time, but linger in bed for a while. I can hear the distant sounds of Aspen and Juliet having an animated conversation. Aspen laughs, then Juliet laughs. I don't know what they're laughing about, but I smile too. I just like hearing my girlfriend laugh, after all, no matter what kind of troubles are weighing on our minds. If she's able to laugh despite everything, then that's a win in my book. Aside from a couple hasty meals, it's been a while since the two of them have really gotten to spend much time together. Sometimes it's easy to forget that they've known each other longer than they've known me. Outside is shaping up to be another beautiful day. There are clouds, but none of them are rain clouds. The trees and grass sway in a gentle breeze beyond my window. I've had more beautiful days here than I can count. Even Wellington weather at its worst isn't so bad from indoors. I open my window, enjoying the morning air as I freshen myself up too. Making my way silently to the kitchen, I pause just out of sight and listen.
I've given it lots of thought.
I have, but I still can't decide. Regina really wants me to take it, of course, but...
But there are good and bad parts of both.
Exactly. I feel like... I'm not sure who to compare it to.
No need to compare. I understand what you mean.
For a little while longer, I stay where I am, unseen. Not because I want to eavesdrop or spy on Aspen and Juliet, but because I don't want to interrupt them. I just want to let them talk. Maybe I'll just do that. Hearing Aspen express more of her worries, and hearing Juliet offer words of encouragement reminds me of some of my earliest days here. Both of them changed their lives around to include me, which is something I'll always be grateful for. Still, I should give them a chance to spend some time with just each other. Not because I feel unwelcome, but because that hasn't really happened since I arrived. Eventually, there's a moment of silence followed by the sound of a cup being set on the table. I choose this time to make my entrance.
Ah, there you are.
Good morning, Miho.
Good morning!
Okay, I was gonna say it's gonna be rude if I'm wearing my full outfit, but I'm still wearing my pajamas, just like in the illustration. We're fine. I'm not gonna complain. I go into the kitchen and grab a piece of toast and an apple, but I don't sit down.
Sleep well.
Sure did. Now that I'm up, though, I think I'm gonna go for a walk.
This early? Well, it was quite nice on my way up here.
Yeah, I used to go for morning walks all the time, but it's been a while.
You couldn't have picked a better day, it seems. Enjoy yourself then, Miho.
I will. See you when I'm back.
For good measure, I wrap a couple more slices of toast in a paper towel and put them in one of my deep pockets, along with another apple and some packs of jam. I wave goodbye before I leave, and then I head back to my room to get dressed before stepping outside towards the road. Munching on my breakfast as I walk, I hum a song to myself that I heard on TV. I go in the direction of the ocean, same as usual. My days of aimless wandering really have decreased. I actually have places to go now and people to see. A day without any plans is a luxury. I wonder how Jungin chose where to go on their travels. What first brought them to my forest all those years ago? Was it on a whim? Or was there something in particular they were searching for? If there was, I hope they found it. I would have loved to ask. Would have loved to just tell them all about Aspen and Juliet. More than anything, though, I wish I could have thanked them. Our time together was short, even by human standards, but it still meant everything to me. I take myself to Mount Victoria and I start the familiar climb. But before I get to the top, I stop. It's only been a couple days since I last came here and saw Silver. Trying to visit her again so soon might be pushing my luck, but then again, so is trying to visit her at all. The lukewarm toast and apple in my pocket aren't much, but if she lives anything like I did, she'd still probably appreciate them. Even if she doesn't say it. Instead of transforming, I stay on 2 feet, heading in the same direction I went last time. I'm not too concerned about finding her. If she wants to be found, she will be. Keeping my eyes and ears peeled, I watch for a glint of silver fur with the sound of a snapping branch. When I finally spot her, it's purely by accident. Once again, she's in her human form, rather than a fox. With her back to me, she kneels at the edge of the patch of grass, attention focused on something I can't see. She doesn't move as I approach, although I'm sure she knows I'm there.
Be careful.
I halt, still a few feet away. At least she didn't call me a dog.
What is it?
I approach delicately, scanning the ground before every step. Finally, I arrive behind her, and look down to find my answer. Oh. A bird about the size of my hand lies on its side of the grass. It's alive, but clearly injured.
What happened to it?
This one was blown from its perch in the tree. For whatever reason, it was too weak to fly. Now, its leg is broken. It won't be long until it dies.
Looking down, I see that Silver is right about its injury. It struggles to flap its wings, but it can't even push itself into a standing position.
Poor thing.
I kneel down beside Silver.
You were trying to help it, right?
She scoffs.
It is beyond help. Such is nature's way. I simply thought to put it out of its misery.
You didn't, though.
Silence. Before doing anything else, I reach into my pocket and pull out the food I brought with me, holding it out towards Silver.
Here. I brought you this.
She looks at it, but doesn't make any move to accept.
What is this? Poison?
It's an apple. And some toast. It's not poisoned. I ate some myself.
I mean, most processed foods are poison.
Ooh! And this.
I have to dig all the way down to the bottom to find the little pack.
Grape jelly!
Silver stares incredulously. Like I'm trying to give her, well, poison or something. I set the food down by her knees and turn my attention back to the bird.
Let's get you some help, Birdie.
I come my fingers together and reach for the bird, which finally gets a reaction from Silver.
What are you doing?
Her voice is sharp like a knife.
I'm going to take this guy back home.
I may not know what to do, but I'm sure Aspen or Juliet will. It's better than just leaving it out here to die.
Why? It's weak. Even were it to survive today, it's only a matter of time before something else claims its life.
So what? I'm sure that time still matters to it. Both of us can relate, right?
As gently as I can, I slide my hands around the struggling bird and scoop at the poor little thing. Its beady eyes look around frantically, and I can feel its tiny heart pounding in its tiny chest. I start heading back towards the library as fast as I can. Before I get very far, there's a noise from behind me, and I look back to see Silver following me. An empty paper towel dangles from her hand. Smiling to myself, I keep walking. When I step from the woods back onto the path, I expect Silver to have disappeared. Instead, she takes a few cautious steps out, looking left and right as if a car might come barreling down the mountain. Avoiding my eyes, she walks past me and keeps going, like she was planning to do this anyway. When we reach the base of Mount Victoria, she's a few meters ahead of me, and I clear my throat loudly to get her attention.
It's this way.
She stomps after me. Annoyed at Wellington for his geography or something. Her clothes, which are clearly meant to help her sneak around at night, stand out like a sore thumb in the morning sun. They also must be hot as hell. If either of those things bother her, she doesn't let herself show it. I curl my fingers to shade the bird as much as I can. It seems to have calmed down a little, but that's probably more from exhaustion than anything. When we reach the library, Silver trails far behind. I wait at the entrance, not sure if she's coming or not. I don't ask. She'll do what she wants either way. After a moment, she walks up the hill and joins me. I simply nod in acknowledgement before I push open the door from my shoulder. Silver behind me like a shadow. Within seconds, Aspen pops her head out from the dining room.
Ah, Miho, we were just...
Choking in surprise, Aspen's eyes go wide as a saucer she notices my companion. She disappears from sight, and I can only imagine what she's saying to Juliet right now. Behind me, Silver looks around in a curious awe, although she stops when she notices me watching. I jerk my head towards the dining room and head in. Both Aspen and Juliet are there waiting, trying to appear casual. But by the way they're both silently staring at the entrance, I'm sure it's just an act.
This is Silver.
She nods to the ground and says nothing, displaying none of her usual venom or drama. It feels as if she's hiding behind me, which is something I wouldn't have expected her pride to allow.
It's quite nice to meet you, Silver.
Charmed.
None of them know what to say. I can't blame them. Fortunately, there's something more important to talk about.
We came back here because we need some help. Or at least this guy does.
I uncurl my fingers and tilt my hand for Aspen and Juliet to see. I doubt either of them even noticed I was carrying something. They both lean in to see.
What's this?
The bird starts to struggle again, probably because of how many more people are suddenly staring at it.
Ah! His leg! I'll be right back.
Peering at the little bird, it doesn't take Juliet more than a second to see what's wrong. She hurriedly departs for the stairs, moving right past Silver without a glance. Silver lurches to the side to get out of her way all the same. Aspen grabs one of the dish rags and folds it up to make a small square, and then sets that on the table.
Here, why don't you put him down on this? I read that it's best to put him in a box or somewhere enclosed, but this will do for now.
I gently lower the bird onto the makeshift cushion. Its eyes still dart around, but it doesn't struggle as much. I sigh with relief at being able to unfold my hands, shaking and scratching them out before washing them several times. Juliet returns soon with her phone in one hand and a small cardboard box in the other. Using a kitchen knife, she cuts a few holes into the sides of the box and then puts it aside.
Miho, will you help me move him?
She takes 2 corners of the rack and I grab the other 2, and we carefully lift it over the box and then set it down inside.
Do you think it'll be okay?
I keep my voice at a whisper. Even though the bird can't understand our words, I still don't want it to hear.
Oh, I hope so. If not for you, it certainly wouldn't have a chance. I've contacted someone who will be able to provide better assistance than we can. She should be here shortly.
Is it a vet?
No, a contact at the nature preserve. She's rescued quite a few unfortunate creatures like our friend here.
I've never heard of a nature preserve before. What's that?
It's a conservation area on the north side of town. They have a bunch of protected land where they rehabilitate injured animals or ones that can't survive in the wild. I used to go there on class trips sometimes. One time we had a sleepover there, and I saw a kiwi.
She smiles fondly as she recalls the memory.
Whoa. I didn't know a place like that existed.
It's far from the only one. There are dozens more in New Zealand alone, of all different sizes.
Looking at the box on the table, I can't help but feel a little bad for our friend. He probably never was going to see his home in Mount Victoria again, and he doesn't even get a say in it. But where he's going doesn't sound half bad. Like Juliet said, he probably wouldn't have even survived if he had been left on his own. If not for me and for...
Silver?
Oh. I only now realize that she's gone.
Oh, I didn't even notice her leave.
She's like that.
I go out into the hallway, looking up the stairs and around the room for her. The front door is open, but only a crack. Something's keeping it from closing. Walking over, I spot something on the floor, jammed between the door and the wall. It's the gnawed core of an apple, wrapped in a breadcrumb-covered paper towel. Laughing, I pick it up and throw it in the trash, letting the door shut behind me. In the dining room, Aspen and Juliet are both seated again. It's far past Juliet's bedtime, but she looks as awake and alert as I've ever seen her. I sit down too, waiting for the question that I know is coming. It doesn't take Aspen more than 2 seconds.
So, who exactly was that? Obviously, she was a Gumiho, but...
Obviously, what does that mean? I take a deep breath to try and think of where to begin.
It's a long story.
You know that's my favorite kind.
Nodding, I finally settle on where to start.
She used to be a fox, just like me.
Telling Aspen and Julia about Silver and answering all their questions takes a long time. It's now evening. I tell them just about everything, starting with back when we first met right after I went to the museum. I leave out the parts about Silver's history, though. Instead, I talk about the time I spent with her myself and the things I've learned from her. Eventually, Aspen goes home and Juliet goes to bed, and I spend the rest of my day watching TV lazing around. I close my eyes at one point, just intending to take a quick nap, but when I open them, I see that I've slept until nightfall once again. I don't mind too much. At least Juliet will be up by now. As I make my way towards Juliet's room, I notice the sound of conversation coming from inside her office. Raising with my hand almost on the handle, I listen.
You were right all along.
I know. I know all too well.
There's the sound of a chair scraping against the wooden floor.
You always did have to learn things the hard way.
A few moments later, I hear the sound of flapping. Leathery wings from beyond the door and papers being scattered. The flapping sound quickly goes distant and then disappears entirely. I let out a silent breath as I hear Juliet's footsteps and papers being picked up, and then Juliet sitting down on her chair once more.
You can come in now, Miho.
Oh. Huh. I really have lost my touch when it comes to sneaking. I open the door as invited to see Juliet's study, looking the same as ever. The open window and blowing curtains are the only indicators of her guests that just left. I lower myself into the empty chair as Juliet strikes a match, relighting the lamp that had blown out.
How much did you hear?
Just the very end. I was coming to see you. I didn't know you already had company. Sorry for listening in.
It's all right. I don't feel the need to keep anything secret from you. The only reason I haven't introduced you to Ezekiel is for his sake. He isn't fond of meeting people.
It's okay. I know how that feels. What did you mean, though? About him being right?
Ooh, drama. Juliet laughs, closing her eyes.
Where to begin?
Oh. She stands up and closes the window, peering out into the night for a moment before she sits back down.
I told you that Ezekiel was the one who helped me gain my footing in the human world, yes? Well, there's a bit more to it than that.
Is he the one who made you into a vampire?
He was the one who turned me into a vampire in the first place.
Ah!
I have a story not too dissimilar from your own with Zhong Ying, though it began in a very different way.
Adjusting my seat so I'm next to Juliet, I lean forward and take her hand. Leaning against me, she idly runs her thumb across mine as she stares into the flickering candle, recalling days long past.
I was a human once, of course. Long, long ago. In those times, we didn't know about the underworld, or anything that lay beyond the edges of our sky. Few denizens of the underworld traveled to the overworld back then. Those who did were feared and reviled. But also, disbelieved in. Truth turned to hearsay, hearsay turned to legend, and legend turned to fable. Stories told to impart some moral or lesson, not to be believed. That's where today's term fabled was first born. As a human, my life was painful and dull, and cursed by circumstance. I lived, believing and hoping for a better tomorrow that never came. There came a time when I had enough. Enough of agony, of poverty, disappointment. I took myself to the dry edge of the world, beyond which lay nothing but the unknown. And I threw myself off.
Oh. I gasped, unable to stop myself, even though I know she turns out okay.
As I fell, I had plenty of time to contemplate the stupidity of my decision, and to dread the fate that was rushing to meet me. How solvable all my problems seemed as I fell away from them. What should have been the end was only more pain. Somehow I survived, but just barely. Broken. As I opened my eyes for what should have been the last time, I saw trees and a purple sky that I thought must be heaven. Then, a figure appeared, and I was certain that I was in hell. Ezekiel offered me a choice. Breathe my last, or accept his gift and live on. From there, the world I had plummeted from, the world that contained all my pain and sorrow, was a minuscule dot, nearly imperceptible above me. That we are having this conversation is proof of what choice I made. In time, my body healed, though not fully.
Juliet taps her cane against the ground to demonstrate.
I had gifts and powers beyond my wildest dreams. I felt I had cheated both life and death. And yet, decades passed. Even the novelty of those gifts eventually wore off. There was a secret, though. A truth I had yet to learn. In the underworld, magic flows freely like air, imbuing those connected to it with power that lasts for generations. Yet being that close to so much magic at all times takes a slow toll even on the bodies of the fabled. We age down there, like humans, but at a much slower rate. But for those who live their entire lives in the underworld, no matter how long they may be, there eventually comes an end. Immortality was a lie. Not so in the world above, though. So distant from magic and its source, those effects aren't felt, and so immortality was truly attainable. Decades later, when it came time for war, I remained disinterested and unconcerned by its effects. When it came time for peace, I was equally indifferent. For a time, Ezekiel himself had tired of the hedonistic lives our kind led, and departed for the overworld nearly as soon as the dust had settled, determined to maintain a quiet and hermetic existence. He returned to the underworld occasionally, with stories of how things had changed and were changing. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I agreed to return to the overworld, just to see. We rode and lived upwards together, a journey that took days back then. And he told me of the island where he had settled down and found peace. He gave me only one piece of advice, which I brushed off as obvious and unnecessary: to not concern myself with the lives and affairs of mortals. We arrived near what would someday become Wellington, and soon went our separate ways again. I had intended to only make a short visit, to sate my curiosity. To my surprise, I discovered a world that had moved past much of the violence and suffering that I so hated, and a world that had come to welcome the fabled. I extended my short visit over and over, finding myself unable to leave. Gradually, Ezekiel's advice all but faded from my mind.
Finally, Juliet trails off. I sat with rapt attention the entire time she spoke, and only relaxed my muscles when I noticed how stiffly I've been sitting. Juliet didn't even have to finish her story because I can say the last line for her.
Until you met Cosette.
Slowly, she nods. We both sit there quietly, our hands locked together, as we contemplate what she just shared. It's hard for me to picture Juliet as anything other than how she is today. Warm, patient, kind. I can't imagine her as someone who would have been once feared and reviled. Yet I can understand the pain, if only to a tiny extent. I can understand what some of those years must have felt like. For all my time alive, I've changed the most in the past few months by far. But for Juliet, her life has been nothing but change. Both the world she came from and the world she exists in now. I also can't help but think about what she said regarding immortality.
So, the fact that you're thinking about going back to the underworld, a place where you get older, does that mean that you want to...
Juliet brings her other hand up to enclose mine, pressing tightly.
Not for a long, long time.
We made her stay.
But I can't deny that around every corner, behind every door, lurks a painful memory of days gone by. I had never loved anyone before Cosette. Not in so deeply a way as to use that word. But there were still friends whose company I enjoyed, and time that was spent laughing and smiling. They're all gone now, but I'm not. I see their ghost everywhere. But those memories are all that I have left. I'm afraid to forget, just as I'm afraid to remember.
The flame dances on the candle wick, throwing a crazy shadow onto the wall. It'll burn itself out again soon. I know I should say something, but I feel paralyzed. Everything I could say feels inadequate. In the face of everything she told me, do I even have the right to want her to stay? If going back to the underworld is the only way for her to escape the pain, then shouldn't I want her to go? My brain tells me yes, but my heart tells me no. My heart tells me I want her to find a different way. Is that wrong of me?
Mia?
The sound of her voice breaks my reverie, and as she removes her hand from mine, I can see a sparkling uncertainty in her eyes.
I have something very selfish to ask of you.
What is it?
If I do go, would you come with me?
What?
Juliet speaks quickly, like she's embarrassed or nervous.
As a fabled, you would be safe in the underworld, unlike a human. But because your magic doesn't come from the same source, you would still be immune to time's flow.
Oh my gosh, she's asking if she wants to grow old together with me.
I still can't decide. I feel terrible asking you this, and yet I know I would feel more terrible not to. Don't answer me now. Please, take time to think about it.
All I can manage is to nod dumbly. At least her second request is an easy one. Thinking about it all, I'll be able to do.
Thank you.
Right now, though, I want to do anything but think. Standing up, I reach for Juliet, and I pull her into a hug and a wordless kiss. Oh my god, we're blushing! When we finally do pull apart, I lean my forehead against her, and she rests herself against me.
I love you.
It's all I can think to say.
I love you too. Thank you.
2 weeks later. Nighttime. The next couple of weeks go by in relative normalcy. I wake up, go to work, spend what time I can with Juliet. Aspen comes by occasionally, but for the most part is busy by herself. Neither Juliet nor I talk about the evening. Neither Juliet nor I talk about that evening in her study or her invitation. We don't have to. It's practically the only thing on my mind. When I walk down Cuba Street or climb up Mount Victoria, I have to ask myself if I'm ready to leave it all behind. I want to be with Juliet. That part's easy to decide. Even if we've only been lovers for a few weeks, I've spent enough time with her to know that I want to stay with her. I know I can't promise her forever, but right now, there's nothing I want more. Still, there's a lot I'd have to give up. Aspen and my other friends, as well as the first home I've ever had. The memories may be painful for Juliet, but for me, there's almost nothing but good. I always thought I was the kind of person who could move at the drop of a hat, without worrying about leaving anything behind. Now I realize that's because I never had anything to lose before. The candlelight from Juliet's trusty lamp flickers as we sit quietly in the dark. There's the occasional noise from her pen scratching, or of Juliet typing something on the computer, but it's otherwise silent. I sit with a book open on my lap. It's simple enough for me to read, but I've been on the same page for ages. Pictures of the underworld, both photos and drawings, take up most of the space. Captions go along with them describing what some of the places are. An enchanted forest, a town where it never stops raining, a castle that can walk like a person. They all sound and look interesting, but I can't really make myself feel excited about the idea of seeing them. Not the way things are right now. The sound of Juliet closing her laptop catches my attention, and I look over to see her rubbing her eyes.
Done already?
For now. I have only this one request to work on, so I can take my time with it.
You look like you could use a nap.
Do I? I think I'm alright. The night's still young, after all. Perhaps a spot of tea would be nice, though.
Juliet reaches for her teapot, but frowns when she picks it up.
Ugh, I'm out. I have to fetch some more from downstairs.
I can get it for you. I could use a snack anyway.
That would be nice. Thank you, Miho.
Sure.
Really, it's just an excuse for me to put the book away. I hop up and go downstairs, leaving Juliet in her study. Despite the time that's passed since we talked about going to the underworld together, I don't feel any closer to deciding what I want to do. My relationship with Juliet only makes me more confused. Sometimes things between us don't feel much different than it was before we started dating. That has its ups and downs to me. I like that I don't feel pressured to act differently, but I also like all the new things like kissing and holding her hand. Juliet seems to enjoy those things too, but I wish I wasn't the one starting them all the time. Ooh. Neither of us are the type of person to be really lovey-dovey like I've seen on TV, and that's fine. I know she means it when she says she loves me, and that's enough. Besides, both of us are still new to this, and I'd rather it be that way than feel like I need to catch up to her somehow. In the kitchen, I start boiling a pot of water while I make myself a sandwich. Juliet keeps tea leaves in the kitchen and in her office, so the only thing she needs me to bring her is the water. I munch on my snack while I wait, until steam starts to rise and the kettle whistles. Aspen got an electric kettle for Juliet that's much faster, but I know Juliet prefers her tea from a regular old pot. Once it's ready, I grab the kettle and carefully take it back upstairs with me.
Here you... Oh.
Oh. With the pen still in her hand, Juliet is slouched across an open book on her desk, fast asleep. As quietly as I can, I set the teapot down somewhere safe and tiptoe towards her. I was only downstairs for a few minutes. She must have fallen asleep right after I left. I'm used to her going to bed right after we spend some time together, but it's still early in her usual working hours. Lately, though, I've been hearing the sounds of her being awake at all sorts of different times, whether we're hanging out or not. I guess it must be catching up to her. Oh. After moving the lamp a little bit further away just to be safe, I grab a blanket from nearby and drape it across Juliet's shoulders. She doesn't react, but I can see it rise and fall with her steady breathing. There's something that feels odd about seeing Juliet asleep, and it takes me a moment to realize what it is. I'm not used to seeing her look so relaxed. With her eyes closed and sloppy posture, she doesn't look guarded or elegant, or any of the other words that would usually describe her. Instead, she just looks like anybody else when they're asleep. Somehow, it's nice to see. I wish she could be this open when she's awake sometimes too. I gently take the pen from her and set it aside, doing my best to keep the blanket from sliding off of her. Then I lean forward and blow the candle out.
Good night.
I whisper into the darkness before tiptoeing out of the room, spending the last of my time before bed by myself. Morning. I'm warm. Hi, Drowsy. Can we get some yos? Hello. If we wake up and Julia is laying next to us, I'm gonna flip. That's the first thought that comes into my head as I wake up. Not just the normal warmth of my bed and covers, but there's something else. Something different. I groggily open my eyes and look around, and nothing appears any different. When I roll over onto my side, my necklace bumps against my chest. That's when I realize the source. My bead is what's causing it. Not only has this glow gotten brighter, but when I simply hold my hand near it, I can feel heat emanating. I'm almost afraid to touch it, but when I finally do, it feels as cool as ever to my fingers. There is something else that's different about it, though. It's broken! A crack runs across it, so thin that I have to rub my eyes several times just to be able to see it. I could almost mistake it for a hair or something, except I can feel that it's not. When I put my fingertip over the tiny fracture, my skin tingles, almost like a static shock. I can tell either by instinct or touch that the crack isn't surface level or caused by some damage. Instead, it comes from within, from something trying to get out. My heart starts to race, obliterating any lingering sleepiness. It still isn't ready, but it's getting closer. Soon, it'll be time. Chunho. Sky Fox. My instincts tell me that's my destiny, even if I don't know what it entails. I have mixed feelings about that, but mostly I'm excited, or I don't want my current life to change. The Miho of like months ago would be excited, but the Miho of now would not want life to change. But I feel like I'm already going through enough change already. I have a girlfriend now. I have a job. So... And I don't think if I transform, I'm gonna like... Because when I think Sky Fox, I think that means like death. Like I become an angel or something. I'm gonna say that I'm excited. It's intimidating, but it's also kind of exciting. It feels like anything could happen, and the promise of change is enough to make me want to see what comes next. The predictability of my daily life is comfortable and reassuring, but sometimes I can't help but miss the open possibilities that used to define it. Those days were harder for sure, but it was the struggling that made me appreciate the good times when they happened. Now, I still appreciate everything and everyone I have, but I wouldn't mind a bit more excitement.
It's too early for all this.
Real. Not that there would be a better time later. Still, I know that if I let myself think about these things for too long, I'll just start spiraling. Instead, I make myself get up and get out of bed. For a small relief, the warmth from my bed has dissipated, like it just wanted me to notice it. It's still bright and still cracked, but at least it isn't uncomfortable. After freshening up, I go downstairs, where I'm surprised to find an empty kitchen. Juliet isn't around, nor a breakfast or any dishes. I don't mind not having food prepared for me, but it's pretty odd. I go upstairs and knock on her study door, but there's no answer. When I peek inside, I see that the blanket I put around Juliet neatly draped across her chair, as well as the teapot that I filled for her on the desk. There's no Juliet, though. I try her bedroom as well, but it's also empty.
Juliet?
I call out her name, but it just echoes around the empty building with no response.
Weird.
I go back to the kitchen and then her study to confirm one thing. Her parasol is gone. She must have gone out somewhere. I grab some ingredients from the fridge and throw a pan onto the stove to make myself breakfast. I've never done it before, but I've seen Juliet cook enough times that it shouldn't be too hard. I prepare some eggs and toast, the same thing we usually have.
Not too bad.
The steaming meal isn't as tasty as what Juliet makes, but it's edible at least. The eggs are kind of rubbery, and the toast is more like slightly warm bread, but I eat it all anyway. Either way, I'm proud of myself for making it. As I'm finishing up, I find something buzzing near my side, and it takes me a moment to realize it's my phone. I fish that out to see that I have a message from Juliet. Good morning. Are you awake? Yeah, I made food. Sorry, I didn't cook for you. I'm at the mountain. Would you like to join me? Sure, I'm on my way. Did I do a good impression there? Tapping on each message is slow going, and judging by how long it takes for Julie to respond is not easy for her either. I'm sure Aspen would have done it in half the time. Still, it's a surprise to hear Juliet's out on Mount Victoria, especially at this sunny hour. I'm sure I'll find out why soon. After cleaning up after myself, I finish opening up the library and then head over to the mountain myself. It isn't hard to find Juliet up at the top when I get there. Her parasol stands out over the heads of the other early morning hikers, and she waits for me on a bench.
Morning.
Hello, Miho.
I sit down beside Juliet, and she adjusts her parasol to give me some extra shade too.
I woke up and was surprised you weren't around. I didn't think you'd be here of all places.
When I left this morning, I had only intended to drop off the documents I finished preparing last night. But by then, it was nearly sunrise, so I thought to come up here and enjoy that. Sorry for falling asleep so suddenly last night. I appreciate you taking care of me, though.
That's fine. It was nice to be able to do something for you for once. Even if that was just bringing you a blanket.
Not just for once. You bring me joy just by being around.
Cute. I nuzzle up against her, not caring that we're in public.
Still, it seemed like a weird time for you to fall asleep.
Yes. I've been having some trouble sleeping lately, I must admit. I catch a few hours here and there when I can.
I noticed. I've been hearing you around the house more often. Do you know why?
This and that. A lot on my mind.
I know what you mean. But hey, you said you finished your research project, right? So you'll be starting a new one now?
Actually, I won't. There haven't been any new requests.
Really? I thought you had tons of them.
I've been working through my backlog for a while, but I just finished the last of them.
Oh.
Juliet and her research just go together in my head. I know it's how she spends most of her free time when we're not together. It's hard to picture her without something to work on.
You'll probably get some new ones soon, right?
Perhaps.
There's a tinge of sadness in her voice. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Especially if she's thinking about leaving soon. It would make sense for her not to want to start new ones. To change the subject, I hop to my feet and stroll over to the tall metal binoculars by the railing. Juliet stands up too and follows me. I feed a couple coins into the device and then press my eyes to it, looking out at the city. It's been a while since I've done this, and so I recognize a lot more than I did before.
What do you see?
There's the skyport. That one's easy to find. And there's the bell house. Hi, Aspen! I can see some of the gardens from here, too. They're really pretty even from this far away.
I step away and gesture towards Juliet.
Wanna look?
Julia hesitates for a moment but then steps forward and takes my place. I jerk the view around quickly to pick things out, but Julia maneuvers it slowly and methodically, like she's inspecting every inch of Wellington.
How about you? What do you see?
She's quiet for a second.
There's Diana's house, where I just dropped off those papers this morning. Close by is a park where she used to take her children to play. They're all grown up now, though. We're lamenting that together. Oh, Heaven Sent is a flower shop that used to sell the most beautiful bouquets. I can just see their roof from here. It's since become a restaurant, but I recognize the bright blue on top. What else? Braylin Primary, just near the library. That's where Cassette went to school. There's also...
With a warning click, the binoculars run out of time, and Juliet moves away from that.
Oops. I suppose that's that. That was quite nice, though. I haven't seen several of those places in many years.
Glad you liked it.
Although she's smiling, I'm not actually sure she means it. Something suddenly makes sense to me. Something I should have expected but only now understand. She saw a Wellington that doesn't exist anymore. One that I could never see, no matter how long I looked.
Well, I do believe I should be heading back. I'm sure I'll be itchy from all this sun, even with the shade. Will you be accompanying me?
Oh. Yeah, let's go.
Her abrupt decision to leave feels painfully expected along with what I just realized. That's twice in a row that I managed to make her feel bad by accident. Even though I know I didn't do anything wrong. Okay, it's not your fault then. Like, you can't internalize that. It's kind of like a dating sim. Like, you just have to feel like you said the right thing. You can't control how people react, and that's okay. But if somebody is, like, abhorrently upset by something, say sorry. Fix that. Adjust what you say, but, like, you can't take anything back. It's important to know that. It's time for an ad, because, guys, we're 3 hours in. I think today, we'll just play through the end of this chapter. Hopefully it doesn't take 7 hours. And then we'll do like chapter 5 tomorrow. Because I read that chapter 5 is like 4 hours. Lock in, twin. I had planned to tell her about the new changes to my bead, but it doesn't feel like the right time. It would just be another thing to weigh on her mind. I slid my hand into Juliet's as we walked. Even with the subdued mood, it's nice to feel her so close to me. I hope she feels the same way too. Afternoon. Ooh, Tai Park. The rehearsals for the play carry on regularly over the month. We have at least one every week and sometimes more. Although I don't go to every single one of them, I go to lots. Aspen and Juliet are probably more excited about it than I am, and always encourage me before I go, even though I've told them several times that I'm not really participating that much. Out of the entire cast, there's definitely no one who works as hard as Lena and Chris. Out of the entire cast, there's definitely no one who works as hard as Lena and Cyrus do. Not only do those two have the most lines, but they have the most energy too. Considering how quiet Cyrus is when he's not acting, watching and hearing him perform with so much emotion is like seeing a whole new person. Even though the play isn't until December, more than a month away, neither of them ever slack off. When I'm there, I sometimes help out with things like organizing the props or handing out refreshments. The actual performance will be on a real stage, but we haven't been able to use one for practice yet. Sometimes I do have to perform my part, which mostly means standing still in my costume, but sometimes having to move around. I'm not totally sure why they don't just use fake trees, but that's okay. Although I wasn't exactly looking forward to being a part of this at first, the more time I spend at rehearsals, the more fun I have. Even though I have to meet most of the cast every time, they're all pretty friendly and easy to get along with. And even I can see the improvement that happens each week. Everyone is getting better, not just Lena and Cyrus. Occasionally, other people in the park will stop by to watch for a bit, and they always clap or cheer when we're done or when they leave. Overall, the play is a nice distraction from the worries of my everyday life. It's nice to have one thing that I don't have to stress about. There's still a long way to go, but I know that just means we'll improve even more before the real thing. Surprising even myself, I'm looking forward to showing everyone just how hard we've been working. Oh! Nighttime. It's late, and the moon is high in the sky when there's suddenly a knock at my window. I burst up from my spot on the floor where I've been dozing.
What the?
In the darkness, it takes a moment for me to discern the face behind the glass. When I do, it turns out to be the last person I'd expect, Silver.
Silver?
Ain't no way. Ooh, split screen. I pull the window open to where Silver is perched on the branch of a nearby tree.
How did... Why not just use the door?
Come outside. I would speak with you.
Ignoring my questions like always, Silver stands up. I catch the corner of a cocky smile before she leaps from the branch, plummeting towards the ground below.
Hey!
Clutching the windowsill, I jam my head out the window, expecting to see her crumpled in the grass. Instead, I'm just in time to watch her nimbly land on her feet and transform before running off into the darkness behind the library. With no time to wait or even think about it, I follow after her. Of course, I take the stairs and go out the front door first. I transform right away and wrap around the building, expecting to have to chase after Silver, even though she just came here. Instead, she hasn't gone far at all. Just beyond the edge of the yard, she stands in her human form and stares out at the city below us. Many windows are dark, but many are illuminated too. The street lamps and lamps stand lit, even when no one to use them. A warm yellow glow pushes away the darkness at the edges of town. Changing forms back as well, I walk over to stand beside her. Without looking at me, Silver extends an arm in front of her, as if reaching for the city. It's her wrist with her bracelet on it, and her bead shines in the dark like another street lamp. Unhooking my necklace, I hold it out alongside hers. The glow of my bead is almost as bright as hers. Scoffing, Silver lowers her arm and I put my necklace back on. I wait for her to start talking, instead of saying anything myself. I find myself doing this a lot with Aspen and Juliet as well, although here, it's different. Not only was Silver the only one who came to me, but anything I say would probably be ignored anyway. Sure enough, it isn't long before she twirls around to point a finger in my face.
Listen up, because I'm only going to tell you this once.
That's one more time than I usually get. I just nod, signaling for her to continue.
I simply couldn't watch you continue to wallow in ignorance. Whereas your magic causes those you encounter to forget about you, mine assists me in a different way.
Oh yeah, what does she do?
It tells me the truth of things, of people, human and fabled alike.
Oh no.
To my eyes, their emotions are as colors. Fear, like everything else, has its own glow. I've seen it ignite in my presence, at my command. In this way, I've survived. The betrayal of their hearts is twofold. They reveal unseen feelings that they try to mask with words. And the hearts of men are fickle besides. I've seen boredom turn to cruelty, fear become hatred.
Well, my character is gay, so we don't gotta worry about that. Also, I want to adjust my camera. I feel like I'm so saturated. Wait, what's normal saturation? I don't know if this is what I had, but oh well.
This is what I see, and you do not. The truth that lies behind all promises and pretenses. Today's friends are tomorrow's bitter foes. You should know all this. I know what it's like to be one of us. I know what you've lived through. And yet, Even now.
She cuts herself off and scoffs. Or maybe it's her choking something back.
What color is mine right now?
To give her an out, I ask a question instead. Her eyes narrow, but with concentration, not irritation. As I stand there, I match her gaze. This is the first time we've really spoken normally, instead of her trying to pick a fight or hide from me. She's the first to look away, speaking to the ground.
The color of young spring. It's difficult to read the aura of our kind, requiring my concentration and focus. Even then, it's but a pale glow. With humans and most others, they cannot hide their light from me if they wanted to.
Like why you don't forget about me, right? Even though everyone else does.
She nods. I want to know what that color means to her. I also want to know why she's choosing just to tell me this, after dodging everything else I've ever asked her. I'm sure she wouldn't mind. I'm sure she wouldn't tell me if I tried. But there is something else that I do have to ask, because I'm pretty sure I already know the answer.
Have you ever told anyone else?
Staring at the ground, it takes a long time before Silver shakes her head.
Thought so.
I don't think Silver is quite as old as I am, but she still spent decades on her own, if not longer, just like me. In all that time, any chances I might have had to do something different or change something, I just let them pass me by. I never had any idea of what I might be missing. Beside me, Silver adjusts her mask and shifts her weight to her good leg. She's about to transform and probably run away. She had to have some reason for bringing me out here, right? Was she hoping that I'd be the one to extend a hand? I think she'd get along with Aspen and Juliet, once she had some time to warm up to them. And if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be having this conversation with her right now. But before she can change, I suddenly reach over and put my hand on Silver's shoulder. She stiffens and gets tense beneath my fingers, pulling away inconceivably fast. Facing me from a few meters away, I don't need to be able to read auras to detect the anger emanating from her.
I'm sorry!
Damn it. That was dumb. Even for me. I hold up my hands trying to show that I won't do it again.
I just...
Just what? Wanted to help her? Saying that would definitely make her hate me. Instead, I clamp my jaw shut, before I can make things worse. For a moment, her face softens, and she looks torn. She dispels that by shaking her head.
We're even now.
Within seconds, she's a fox, and then she's a part of the night, vanished into the darkness. This time, I don't even think about chasing her. I would have gotten upset too if one of my friends had done that to me early on too, but I don't think she'll hold it against me. At least, not any more than the rest of my existence. After all, I realized way too late, her coming here in the first place was already her reaching out. And if there's one thing I know for sure, it's that you can't rush these things.
I'm sorry. I hope I'll see you again soon.
I messed up. I don't yell, but I don't whisper either. I'm pretty sure that she's still close enough to be able to hear me. I've done about as much as I can. The rest is up to her. Morning. My eyes start to glaze over as I flip to a new check-in sheet, marking off the last few books in a small pile of returns. Work isn't any busier than usual, but I'm finding it hard to stay focused. Tucked in a corner nearby are the books and worksheets that I've used to learn how to read and write. I've gone through almost all of them by now, practicing each of them hundreds of times. Even reading, which used to seem so mysterious and difficult, has gotten easier. I'm not as fast as Aspen or Juliet, of course, but at least I'm not limited to the kids section at the library anymore. I think back to my first time coming here, when I scoped the place out before trying to steal Cassette's painting. It was a dumb idea either way, but I could have never guessed how that one bad decision would affect the rest of my life. It was here in the library that I told Aspen and Juliet that I wanted to learn how to be a person. At the time, that seemed almost as impossible as learning to read. A lot of impossible things have happened to me in this place, though. Now what's hard to imagine is not having the library. What would it be like to walk out of the doors for a final time and never go back? It seems as unbelievable as all the other changes that have occurred in my life. That's why I can't stop thinking about it. I know it could happen. Looking back at the papers in front of me, I glanced through the list of new names written there. Some are new, but others I recognize. I'll do that again. Looking back at the papers in front of me, I glanced through the list of names written there. Some are new, but others I recognize. Some people have been coming here longer than I have, while others have just visited for the first time. I wonder if I know them better than Juliet does. The library door opens, and I look up to see a familiar face.
Hey, Aspen!
Aspen waves as she approaches the desk.
Hello, hello.
She wasn't here for breakfast, so this is the first time I've seen her today. In fact, I was gonna have to call her soon just to check in.
You're not working today?
No. In fact, I even asked to have my hours cut back a bit. I need all the writing time I can get.
Are you still trying to find a publisher?
Unfortunately. It's not all bad, though. I haven't gotten any outright acceptances yet, but I've had some interests at least. One editor gave me suggestions for how I could make my manuscript stand out more, so I've been furiously making revisions. I finally told my boss that I'd have to decline running the new store. I simply don't have the time for it right now.
Yeah, don't ever be a manager, guys. Don't do it.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm glad your writing's going okay, though.
Me too. Regina was also understanding. Disappointed, but understanding. I actually came up here to do some writing since it's been a while. I take it Juliet's gone to bed already?
Yeah. After breakfast, like usual.
Tell her I said hello later, please. How are things going for the two of you?
Oh, you would want to know, huh? Nosy. I'm also lowering my saturation more. I think I just look like comically tan. It's because of the lighting. It's midday.
What do you mean?
Oh.
I mean, you've been dating for a few weeks now, right? How's that going?
Oh. It's good. I think.
She raises her eyebrows.
You think?
Oh.
Well...
Aspen still doesn't know about Juliet potentially leaving, or how that's been on both of our minds. And I promised Juliet I wouldn't tell her about it either. Seeing me struggle for how to answer, Aspen's face softens a bit.
Would you like to talk about it? Not that I'm much of a help when it comes to this kind of thing, but if you have to think about it for so long, then clearly something is amiss.
She's right.
I thought you were going to be busy writing.
I'm not so busy that I can't listen to a friend's troubles, but you don't have to tell me about it if you don't want to.
No. It would be kind of nice to talk about it, I guess. Although, there's some stuff I can't tell you.
That's fine. I understand. Would you like to go back to the dining room? For a bit more privacy?
That sounds good.
Leaving the library papers on the desk, the two of us go back and sit down at the table.
So, what's eating at you?
I don't know where to start.
More specifically, it's hard to say without breaking my promise. But also it's more than just the uncertainty that's been bugging me.
Let me try then. Do you like dating Juliet?
Yeah.
That one's easy at least.
Good. And I hope you don't mind me asking. Do you think she likes dating you?
I hope so.
I'm pretty sure she does. She says so, at least. We hug and kiss each other a lot, and spend time together when we can.
What do the two of you do together?
We go on walks sometimes. I even got her to hang out with me as a bat for a while, too.
That sounds nice. What else?
We still have breakfast pretty much every day. And sometimes I sit with her while she works. And I read a book or something.
Yeah, we haven't gone on any, like, dates.
That's good too. Although you already did those before you started dating, right?
Yeah, that stuff hasn't changed too much.
Is there anything else you'd like to do together? Do you ever go on any actual dates? To the movies, or out to dinner, or anything like that?
Yeah, I've technically gone on more dates with Aspen than Juliet.
Nah, we stay at home most of the time.
I mean, they seem like homebodies though, you know? Aspen pushes up her glasses up with one finger, wrinkling her nose like she's studying something.
I think I'm beginning to see the problem.
You are?
I mean, I'm hardly an expert when it comes to matters of the heart. I've just read a lot of books about it. But it sounds pretty clear that you're wanting something more out of this relationship, right?
Something more? Like what?
I don't know. That's up to you. Affection, attention, reassurance, whatever. But if you have to think about if things are going well, or if Juliet feels the same way as you, then that sounds like something's missing.
She's right. Wait, is this angst? Something in Aspen's words does ring true. I really do like what I have with Juliet. But sometimes it feels like we're just friends.
I guess you might be right. I don't really know what's normal, though. Or what I should expect. I don't think she does either.
I'm not sure there is such a thing as normal. I just think that whatever you have should make you feel more confident and satisfied, not less. That's simply common sense.
Yeah, maybe.
Have you expressed any of this to her?
Nah. There's a lot of other stuff on her mind. Besides, like you said, I don't even really know what else it is that I want.
I think you do, even if you aren't aware of it.
Huh?
I mean, listen to yourself. You want to feel more secure in your relationship, right? That's a perfectly normal thing to want, too. I'm sure she does have a lot in her mind. She's Juliet. But I should think that her girlfriend's well-being would be near the top of her priority list. Dating someone is supposed to be about give and take. Even I know that much.
What do you think I should do then? Everything you're saying makes sense, but...
No buts. I just think you should talk to her. Whatever secrets you two have going on in the background, I'm sure they don't change the simple facts. And the fact is that if things are going to work out for the two of you, then she's going to have to put in effort as well. I'm sure she couldn't disagree with that.
I guess you have a point.
Although I don't want to admit it, what Aspen's saying feels right. Bringing all this up with Juliet sounds difficult, especially when I'm trying not to make her want to go. I worry that if I tell her everything I'm thinking, it might just make her decide to leave. But I can't deny that one way or another. Something has to change.
Of course I do. Even if it's just that talking things out makes things better. If they don't get better, then that's a resolution unto itself. You both have to want what's best for yourselves, and for each other. Hopefully those will line up, but if not, then you're just going to keep feeling this way. I'm not exactly sure how you feel, beyond confused, but I can hardly imagine it's pleasant.
It's not all bad. I really do like the time that I spend with her. I like that we can just be together without saying or doing much. I just wish that wasn't all we did.
Tell her that. If there's one thing I know for sure about Juliet, it's that she's good at listening. It's up to her to learn how to respond.
Yeah, you're right. It feels kind of scary, but it shouldn't, right?
I think it's normal. After all, you've only been together a short time. But if you're in love, if it's meant to be, then you shouldn't be afraid to be open with her about your feelings. That's the only way either of you can grow.
That makes sense. You sure do have a lot of good advice for someone who's not an expert.
I don't really need to be in this case. Besides, I know the two of you well enough to get how things turned out this way. That's why I think it will be alright in the end, too.
I hope you're right. Thanks for talking with me. And for everything you said, too.
Of course! I'm glad I could help. I want things to work out for the both of you.
With our conversation finished, Aspen sets up her writing stuff in the kitchen, since the main room is too crowded, and brews herself a pot of coffee. I go back to my seat at the front to think about what she said. One thing Aspen is definitely right about is that the notion of leaving doesn't change our other problems. Honestly, it's a relief to hear her think them as problems too. I've been afraid of doing the wrong thing so much that it's kept me from doing the right thing. Juliet and I will talk about heavy stuff and then split up to think about it on our own. Then when we do spend time together, neither of us bring it up. I have been that way because I don't want to bring the mood down or spoil what could be good times. But it's not like that's kept us from feeling bad. Maybe it would be better to just get over with, painful or not. Maybe it would help us both make up our minds too. Even if the conclusions we come to are the ones I'm afraid of, it's not like delaying them will make them any less real. Hiding from the truth doesn't make it untrue. Taking a deep breath, I steel myself for the conversation I know I'll have to have later, and start thinking about what it is I want to say. How do we decompress? We're gonna go to the sea. Wait, that's where Juliet likes to be. The view from the waterfront is really just the best on a clear day. I take a long, refreshing sit and enjoy the seemingly endless expanse of water. Sometimes it's nice to just enjoy the sight of nature without any expectations. But my patience is rewarded by the sight of dolphins. But my patience is rewarded with the sight of dolphins passing by. They are far away, but the smallest glimpses of dorsal fins moving in sorry. They're far away. Just the smallest glimpses of dorsal fins moving in a group, but they're unmistakably dolphins. I whip my head around, and it doesn't seem like anyone near me has noticed them. But I guess nobody else is really staring out into the horizon either. What a nice surprise. After spending some time outside, I get back to the library in the early evening and start closing up for the night. The last few patrons around say goodbye as they trickle past me out of the door, and I give absent-minded responses as they go. Aspen must have left some time while I was out. Stacking and shelving books gives me something to occupy my hands, but my thoughts are running wild. I keep an ear open for the sounds of Juliet walking. I keep an ear open for the sounds of Juliet waking up, running water, shutting doors, or even her voice coming down the hallway. I spent all day thinking about Aspen's words and what I want to say to Juliet, but my feelings are still a mess. Regardless, I plan to talk to her tonight. Every other day that I put it off is just another day that I'll feel like this. Aspen said that I shouldn't be afraid of talking to Juliet, but in this case, it's hard not to be nervous. After all, this conversation could change our entire relationship, for better or worse. That means my entire life could change too. I should be used to potentially life-changing moments by now, but my heart is still racing. All I can do is trust in myself and in Juliet. Doing those two things have gotten me this far. I just have to speak from my heart and hope that she understands. In a weird way, I'm kind of glad that it feels like there's so much on the line here. No matter what happens, I hope I can have some closure soon. The last library guest eventually leaves, and I finish everything that needs doing. After pointlessly adjusting the chairs and straightening out some papers for the 100th time, I go to the kitchen and make myself a cup of tea. I found myself drinking more tea over the past few weeks. I still don't like the taste on its own, but with enough sugar, I can tolerate it. Making tea is kind of soothing too. Heating up the water, scooping up the leaves, watching it steep. I imagine that's why Juliet drinks it, even as a vampire. I sit at the table and sip my drink, unable to do much besides that. I consider going and watching TV, but I know I wouldn't be able to pay attention. So instead, I sit and wait. Electra. Wait, Electra, this game is gay. You missed it. We've kissed so many times in game. Or, the characters. After what seems like forever, I finally hear sounds from upstairs. I force myself to wait a little bit longer, and I give Juliet some time to properly wake up. Wiping my palms on my legs, I count the seconds away. When it feels like it's been long enough, I stand up. Before I go upstairs, I refill my mug and prepare a cup of tea for Juliet as well. Again, the simple process helps me focus on something else for a moment and clear my mind. Once both cups are ready, I take them and go upstairs. I pause outside Juliet's study, listening for just a second to make sure I'm not interrupting anything. I don't hear anyone else with her, so I knock.
Come in.
I step inside.
Good evening, Miho. I was just about to come down and see you.
Why does she sound so happy?
Hey, I made you some tea.
She sounds way too happy right now. I pass her one of the mugs, which she accepts with a smile.
Thank you. That's very thoughtful.
I just nod, taking a seat without being offered.
Can we talk?
The final blow. You hate seeing that when you open, like, your text messages. Oh no! Juliet stiffens. Probably at my words as well as my actions. This is the only way I can do it, though. It's this or freak out.
Of course.
There is a little shake in her voice, too. That makes me feel a bit better, somehow. She doesn't say anything else. Juliet pulls her chair from behind the desk and sits down close to me, but not touching me. It's not too different from a couple weeks ago, when we sat here and she told me about the underworld and she asked me to go with her. I wonder if she has an idea of what it is I want to talk about. I would be surprised if not. To give myself one last second of preparation, I take a long drink of tea, centering myself around the warmth and aroma. Then I set the mug down on the desk. I force myself to make eye contact with her, even as my mind wants to look away.
Aspen came by the library this morning to do some writing. She said she decided not to take that job at the New Bell House. We talked for a while, and she asked some questions about us. About you and me, I mean.
You know, that's the one thing I do like about Miho, is that she's very honest. To a fault at times.
She asked how things were going between us, and I told her I don't really know, basically.
Juliet's eyes widen, and I see her swallow, but she doesn't say anything. She just waits for me to continue.
She could tell that something was bothering me. I didn't tell her you might be leaving, just to get that out of the way. I kept my promise about that. She asked me some other questions, though, and helped me realize some stuff. Some stuff that I've been feeling for a while, but didn't tell you. Because I didn't want to bother you when you already have so much on your mind. And I was afraid that if I did, it might be another reason to make you want to leave. But talking with Aspen made me realize that if I don't tell you, then it's just going to make things worse.
It's crazy because Miho is doing all this lead up. It's just to say, I think we should go on real dates instead of like watching TV together. Like, that's literally like, all this lead up is making it seem like a bigger deal than it is. Okay, it is a big deal, but like...
So, I spent all day trying to think about how to say it, but still couldn't figure it out.
Still silent, Juliet is so motionless that she Still silent, Juliet is so motionless as she listens that she could almost pass for a doll. I take a deep breath, looking away from her face.
Do you love me?
What is wrong with Miho? This is gas. I don't like this. I don't like this. My throat contracts as I ask, barely able to whisper. I take a sip of tea to steady myself.
Oh, Miho, of course I do. I do love you. I hadn't meant to make you question that.
Juliet whispers too, also sounding strained. Her hand twitches, like she's gonna reach for me but stops herself.
I love you too.
This time my words sound more like a gasp. I can feel the imminent pressure of tears, and it's all I can do to keep myself from crying.
I really do. You helped teach me what love even is. And that I could be in love. So that's why. That's why.
This is Aspen's fault. Like, Aspen made it seem like it was such a big deal that we don't go out for dinner together. I don't like Aspen anymore, like... Also, Miho was just dumb, like, I can't... 2 tears rolled down my cheeks as I looked into her eyes again, seeing them sparkle as well.
That's why I don't want to have to ask. I just want to know. We say it to each other, and we hug and we kiss, but it feels like that's it. I know we said we didn't need to use certain words or do certain things, and that's true, but sometimes it feels like we're still just friends, like nothing's changed. I like being with you and just doing nothing, but I don't want to always do nothing. And to do things you want to do too. I want to have fun with you, not just make you less sad. Sometimes, I don't even know if I do that. It's not just that you want to leave. I get why you do. But even if I go with you, would things be any different? Or would we still be like this?
Okay, pause. We don't know if Juliet has been in a relationship before too, and also like their dynamic of a queer relationship is different from like a heteronormative one, right? We know that Juliet has a kid. It's not confirmed that Juliet had a partner at the time when she raised the kid. So, I can see how Juliet is probably not pressuring Miho to like go further in the relationship. Like, we don't know if they banged or not. I don't think they would bang. I think that'd be too much for Miho. But I think it's valid to bring up the point of like, hey, we haven't gone on any real dates together. But it's kind of ridiculous because Mia was like, I don't know what love is. Like when Aspen confessed to her, she was like, I don't know, I don't feel anything. Like, I think it's also bad because they said I love you like immediately. Like immediately, when she doesn't understand the like deeper dynamics and connotations to what love is, because love isn't the same for everybody. Like this is probably hurting Juliet so much right now when it's just Miho not like fully comprehending what she's feeling. I think it was horrible for Miho just to flat out say, do you love me? Like that is cruel. That was a cruel thing. Anyway, let's continue.
Because I don't want to keep wondering.
Oh my god.
I know we haven't been together for very long, but I don't want to keep feeling like you're only with me because I asked, or for my sake. You're always doing things for other people. I love that about you. But I couldn't take it if this was one of those things. Right now, that's how it seems sometimes.
Somehow I managed to stifle my tears and keep from breaking down entirely. I breathe out deeply, letting my words linger in the air between us. I feel strangely serene. The tempest of anxiety that's buffeted me... buffeted? The tempest of anxiety that's buffeted me all day getting calmer. I've said what's on my mind, so now there's no taking it back. No matter what happens now, no matter what Juliet says, at least I was honest. Next to me, Juliet buries her face in her hands. No! Her shoulders shake, and I can hear her trying to get herself under control. It feels weird for us to be in these positions. Usually it's the other way around. I slide to the floor and scoot closer, wrapping my arms around her and putting my head against Juliet's side. It's an awkward position and not very comfortable, but it's all I can manage right now. Even while she continues to cry, I feel her place one hand on top of my head, stroking my hair gently as she vents her feelings. I focus on that sensation, and the rise and fall of her chest with every breath, while I wait for her to be able to respond. She let me say my piece uninterrupted, and I want to do the same for her. Slowly, Juliet regains her composure, and finally wipes her face with one sleeve. I lean back and sit up, though I stay on the floor close to her. It's not the first time I've seen Juliet cry, but I've never seen her look like this before. Now she's a mess.
Miho...
I think Juliet should be, like, kind of diplomatic here. But literally, Miho was like, we just need to go on dates. That's all she had to say. Anyway. I reach up and take one of her hands, wet with tears.
I don't even know where to begin. I suppose I should start with what's most important.
Juliet stands, and I stand with her. Like when we dance, and several other times after that, we face each other. Just a few inches apart.
I love you, Miho. I truly do. So much that it scares me. And I've let that fear hurt you. I'm not young anymore. From the outside, I've seen so many relationships begin and end. I've had dalliances of my own. I know the volatility of the heart. So, to find myself falling for you so quickly and so deeply, I didn't know how to respond to my own feelings with anything other than doubt. We spoke of this before, with Aspen in the gardens that night. I thought that I could be the kind of friend I said I would. Closer and more vulnerable. I did mean those words, believing that that kind of friendship was enough. Yet even as I promised to be more open, I was already setting new boundaries in my heart. I knew of Aspen's feelings for you at the time, even as I was aware of my own beginning to blossom. When you came to me and asked about love, I expected and even wanted you to accept Aspen's confession.
Oh.
And while I would never, ever have wished for her to forget you like she did, the pathetic relief I felt when you told me you had decided not to return her feelings was indescribable.
That's valid, though. You both like me.
Over the coming days, as I began to suspect that you might feel the same way about me as I did about you, I found myself of two minds. Hoping I was right and hoping I was wrong. Even as I told you that pain and heartbreak were unavoidable parts of connection and relationships, I could feel the sharp sting of hypocrisy in my throat. The words I spoke were true, and yet I had sworn myself away from those things. The thought of being with you was euphoric, and the thought of someday losing you was crushing.
Wait, I'm crying.
Those are both still true as well. That night by the sea, when you said that you loved me, I was so happy and so afraid. By remaining somewhere in the middle, I thought that I was protecting you as well as myself. What a fool I was. All I've done is hurt both of us more.
I can't wait any longer. I pull Julia toward me, taking her by surprise. She stumbles, but I catch her, wrapping my arms around her again. I hold her as tightly as I can, like I'll never let her go.
I'm sorry, Miho. I am so sorry for making you feel this way for so long.
It's okay. Really. I wouldn't have said all this if I didn't want to make things work.
Thank you. I'll do better from now on, I promise. I really promise this time.
It's not that she needs to do better. I guess better at expressing how you truly feel and not like putting up walls. No, Juliet's being mature here. Juliet's lips find mine, and we kiss like it's the first time. In a way, maybe it is. I know things can't be fixed with just one conversation. It's the start, not the end. But it's the start of something exciting, just like when we first shared our feelings with each other. Whatever awaits us in the future, whether it's good or bad or somewhere in between, I'm looking forward to facing it, as long as it's with Juliet. Juliet eventually ends her... Okay, can I just say something? Like... I also had this thought during the dance sequence where it was kind of implied that we held a kiss for minutes and minutes as we were dancing. Anyway, the question is it like a normal kiss, just like quick? I know when you go longer, you're like doing tongue and shit, like you're French kissing, but when you just do like a normal kiss, you don't hold it, right? I mean, I don't like kissing, so like I don't fucking know, but you don't like hold unless you're like posing for like your wedding picture. Anyway, like Juliet eventually ends the kiss. How long were they kissing for? Anyway. But only moves far enough away for me to look... Wait, but only moves far enough away to look down at me lovingly. Her face is still streaked with tears, and her hair is a disheveled mess. But somehow, I don't think she's ever looked more beautiful to me. Yo. Oh!
I love you, Miho.
I can't help but smile in response.
I love you too.
I don't doubt her words at all. Morning. When Julia and I finally say our goodbyes for the night and I went to sleep, it was a much lighter heart than the past few days. Before we split up, I asked her to show me how to get to the nature preserve where her friends took the bird, and she walked me through how to reach a shuttle that would take me there. I need something to pass the time before she wakes up, and I want to see how the bird is doing, so it seemed like the perfect time to visit. In the morning, after I get up and out of bed, I have a quick breakfast on my own since I slept in. Then once I'm ready, I make the short walk to the stop where I can get onto the shuttle, and run it the rest of the way there. The driver takes us in the direction of the Bell House and Aspen's apartment. I walk down these roads so many times that it feels strange to see them rush by the windows, like I'm fast-forwarding through a TV show. At some point, we take a turn that I've never taken before, and soon we're going through areas that are new to me. I watch them go by, not paying enough attention to commit them to memory. Eventually, I stop and disembark. New zone! As I get my first whiff of the clean air, I understand why it's a preserve. As far as I can see, the land is covered in forest. Not just trees, but forest. Grown so thick that it looks like a solid wall of green. The only exception is a river that winds through the hills, where the water is crystal clear and still. The nearby botanic gardens were lovely, but this is something else. This is something more. I miss traveling to new places, or I'm glad to have settled down. I think that Miho will always be a free spirit. So I'm gonna say I miss traveling. It's been a while since I've been anywhere that felt this way. I like having a home, but I miss seeing new places too. If it weren't for my magic, I'd like to start traveling again, now that I have somewhere to come back to. I quickly pay for my ticket and then hurry out as fast as I can. I see why Juliet said they wouldn't be able to help me find my bird. There are tons of places it could be, but that doesn't mean I can't try. Maybe if I found the person who took the bird in, they'd know what happened to it. I might have better luck than just looking for it myself, though. It's a big place, I decide. Too big for me to try to explore on my own. I should look for Juliet's friend, Amaya. I should have asked Juliet how to contact her before I left. I'm sure Juliet's asleep by now, but I don't want to disturb her. Besides, it's not like I'm in a hurry. Taking my time, I try to see as much as I can. It's not crowded, but the preserve is far from empty too. There are just as many fabled as there are humans. Some I recognize, like a faun and a dryad. I wonder if the trees make any of them feel like I do. If any of them have a story like I do. Come from someplace far away like I do. There are kids too. Human kids with their teachers being led around by tour guides. Lots of them look excited to be here. I hope maybe they can learn to love it as well. I asked some of the guides or instructors if they know who and where Amaya is. Some of them have no idea what I'm talking about. Some know her but not her location. Finally, I find someone who's able to point me in the right direction. I end up back near where I started, near the edge of the river. Sure enough, the lady from before is there, talking with another guest. I wait until they finish their conversation before I approach.
Excuse me.
Hi, how can I help you?
It's Amaya!
A few weeks ago, you picked up a hurt bird from my friend Juliet. I was wondering if you could tell me where it is now.
Your friend?
Oh, right. That poor guy. I'm afraid the little fellow didn't make it.
No!
I think that when he took the tumble that hurt his leg, he must have hurt something inside him too.
Oh.
It's dead. I hadn't even thought about that possibility. This whole time I just assumed it'd be alive. That it had gotten better.
It's sad, but it's the way of nature sometimes. Mind if I ask how you were involved?
Naturally, she doesn't remember me being there.
I was the one who found it and brought it to Juliet's. I wasn't around when you picked it up, though.
Oh, right. Well, you can sleep easy and know that you did what you could.
She sounds so casual about it. I guess she's probably experienced this a lot. Meanwhile, I don't know what to say. I just stand there, surprised. It was just a bird, sure, but that's still something. For the bird, it was everything. Amaya starts to walk away, but before she can leave, there's something I want to know. Something I never given much thought to before, but that my recent time with Silver has made me wonder about.
Hey, I have a question.
Shoot.
Do you believe in fate?
She stares at me in mild shock. It's a weird thing to ask, I know, but I hold her gaze and don't back down.
Now there's a question.
Looking past me at the water, she takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly.
If you're asking if I think there's a world out there where that bird survives or never gets hurt to begin with, then sure, maybe. I'm not smart enough to know, but it's not this one. Destiny, luck, whatever you want to call it. Life's unfair, that's a fact. It doesn't care about any one of us. Sometimes you can do everything right and it just isn't enough. I don't think that's destiny personally, that's just being alive. Being here, doing what I can to help who I can, that's just me playing my part in life. If that's because some invisible force led me, then it doesn't change anything.
That's a good line.
Bigger picture or not, it's what I choose to do with my time right now. And I choose to believe that makes a difference. Hope that helps.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. Say hi to Juliet for me, will you?
Yeah, no problem.
Once again, she starts to walk away, and this time I don't stop her. Instead, I walk out to the nearby gazebo and sit down, surrounded by quiet water. Even though her reasoning was totally different, I can't help but think about how Amaya pretty much said the same thing. Silver did. It was just a bird, and that's just life. Silver who wanted to let it die, and Amaya who wanted to help it live. Dude, I can't fucking talk. Silver who wanted to let it die, and Amaya who tried to help it live. I wonder how Silver would feel if she heard the news. I'm sure she'd pretend not to care, but she did follow me all the way back to the library just to see. On the other hand, Amaya didn't seem all that upset. I could tell she didn't know why it mattered to me. Like always, it's hard for me to answer that question myself. I know how nature works as well as either of them. I know better than to expect it to care. That doesn't mean I can't, though. Even if no one else sees it, that bird is still as alive as we were. Maybe if I didn't read books or drink coffee or watch TV, but it still existed. It ate and flew and sang. The forest on Mount Victoria will be a little more quiet from now on, even if nobody notices. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference myself, I know. It's not like that bird and I were friends. Still, whenever I go back, I'll think about it, and think about the tree that used to be its home, the nest that it'll never return to. Sighing, I stand up and start walking again. Despite how it turned out, I'm still glad I came to this place. Still glad it exists. It might not be perfect, but it's doing the best it can. Man, did I spend all day or is it nighttime now? I spent a few hours wandering around the preserve and never run out of things to see. There are birds, lizards, and all kinds of other creatures, plus the forest that reminds me of Korea. The calm beauty of it all helps me feel better after hearing about the bird. At least it got to spend its last few days in a place as gorgeous as this. After a while, I leave the park and wait for a shuttle to take me back where I came from, and then walk the rest of the way to the library. Once I'm home, I spend the rest of the day napping and watching TV while I wait for Juliet to wake up. That night, I'm dozing in my room, drifting in and out of sleep when there's a knock on my door. 3 knocks, like always.
Come in.
Yo. The door swings open and Juliet stands there. I leap to my feet, sleepiness disappearing in an instant.
Good evening, Miho.
Hey!
Oh! Sorry, it fades to black, I got scared. She welcomed me into her arms with a hug and a kiss. I'm sure last night's conversation is still front and center in her mind. The two of us go downstairs and Juliet starts preparing tea, setting a mug at both of our spots at the table.
How was your visit to the nature preserve?
It was really nice. I had no idea there was a place like that in Wellington. All those trees. It was even more impressive than the gardens or Mount Victoria.
I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Were you able to find your bird?
Oh.
Well, kinda. I found Amaya at least. She told me that the bird passed away.
Oh no, Miho. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I know they did all they could to help it. All of us did. I think I'll go back sometime. Just to look around. I feel like I could spend days there and still find new things.
I'd like to go with you sometime. It's been years since I've gone to visit myself.
That sounds great. I'd love to see it with you.
With a smile, Juliet pours us both some tea and sits down. I dump sugar into mine while she leaves hers untouched.
It's a date then. I was also wondering if you might accompany me somewhere tonight as well.
Oh, sure. Where did you want to go?
Well, as I'm sure you know, tomorrow is Halloween.
There's no way.
It was always Cosette's favorite holiday. It's also a day to honor the dead.
If we go to her dead daughter's grave again, that's not a date.
Every year at midnight, I go to lay flowers at her grave.
That's not a date. I reach across the table offering my hand, which Juliet takes.
Of course I'll go.
Thank you. I thought perhaps we could leave some flowers for Zhongying as well. Only if you want to, of course.
I'd like that. I'm sure they loved flowers. I know I do.
I'm sure they'd be grateful to receive them.
Some human traditions and rituals still seem foreign to me, and not something I'd think about doing myself. That was true for plenty of other things that I now take for granted though, like holding hands and drinking tea. Once we both drained our cups, we head out into the night together, beginning the walk to the cemetery. Along the way, Juliet guides us to the patch of wildflowers, where she picks some to leave for Cassette. The ones she chooses have white petals and purple ones. I pick a handful that are dark blue. They remind me of the clothes Jungin was wearing when I first met them. Like usual, we're practically the only ones out this late. We pass by houses with the lights off and the curtains drawn. And shops that are too dark to see into. I used to be more comfortable in the nighttime, where I felt invisible and secure. Although I don't feel the need to be hidden just to be safe anymore, I still enjoy the quiet calmness it provides. Sort of like the nature preserve earlier. We reach the cemetery and Juliet leads the way down several trails and through the trees. I remember which grave is Cassette's, even though it doesn't look much different from the others. Juliet and I both come to a stop at the same time, pausing in front of a simple memorial. She stoops down and She stoops down and wipes some dust away from the nameplate, and leaves the bunch of flowers that she chose. They're wrapped with a small ribbon that she brought with her, and held in place by a small rock. Then she steps back to stand beside me. I don't say anything, but silently take her hand again. She squeezes tightly. The last time we were here, I ran away as the reality of death and human mortality hit me. Now knowing what I do, and having accepted it, I can appreciate Juliet's loss so much more. So much love, and so much of her life are buried just a few feet beneath us, with only a small stone to represent it all. Juliet clears her throat and, still facing Cassette's grave, begins to speak.
Even now, so many years after Cosette passed away, still surprises me sometimes that she's gone. When I wake up, I half expect to hear her laughter from the hallway, or see her reading in the library, or find her shoes by the back door. By holding on to these little memories, these little paints, I thought I could keep her alive in my heart. There's no one else left to remember her. The way her laugh sounded, the books she enjoyed, the clothes she preferred. So I clung to those memories, for fear that they would cease to exist if I didn't. I've told you, Miho, how I've tried to live to honor Cosette, by doing my part to create the kind of world she dreamed about living in. A world of kindness and hope. Believe it or not, that was easy. Any pain or trouble was acceptable so long as it took me closer to that goal. Until one day, it wasn't. At the time, I thought that helping you was just another step down the path I had chosen for myself. But as time went on, and you blossomed and learned to live, it made me realize that I had reached a dead end. I had spent so long striving for this new world that I forgot to appreciate the one around me. And when I realized that, I felt trapped. Were I to stray from my path, I didn't know where it would take me. My world wasn't there anymore. Not just Cosette. Not just the people we knew. Technology improved. People's lives improved. And everything moved forward. Everything but me. All I could think to do was run away. As I always have when faced with a difficult problem. Whether throwing myself off of the world or refusing to face a life without my daughter. The only direction I've ever been able to move is backwards. Last night, when you told me that you wanted to do the things I'd like to do, for me to take the lead more often, being with you is the first thing I've wanted for myself in a long, long time. To the point where I'm not even sure how to do that.
Finally, Juliet faces me. Just like last night, just like in the library, just like so many other times before.
Can you show me? Can you show me how to move forward?
I gently take both of Juliet's hands and guide them to my heart, holding them against me. I can feel every beat, and I know that she can too. You know what else I feel? That it's time for an ad break. Tee, we're 4 hours in. Subscribe, bozos. I know I keep touching my glasses. It's because I don't have headphones on. Goal is to get new glasses by January.
We can figure it out together. You already helped me with that after all. After I found out Jungin was dead, I felt the same way. Like I didn't know what else to do with my life, or with myself. If you think about it, by searching for them for so long, I'd been doing the same thing you were all this time. But it was because of you and Aspen that I decided to stay in Wellington. The two of you showed me how to keep going, even when I didn't know where to go. And how just because they aren't around anymore, that doesn't change what they did for me. I wouldn't be here talking to you if it wasn't for them. So I'll always be grateful for that, even though they've been gone for so long.
I turned to look at Cosette's grave beside us. It would be fair to say she's changed my life too, indirectly.
It's the same thing with you and Cosette. She made your life great, and I'm sure you made hers great too. I didn't know her, but from everything you've told me about her, I'm sure she wouldn't want you to hurt or feel sad about her all the time. I'm sure she would have wanted you to smile when you think of her, and to find lots of other reasons to smile too.
Juliet also studies the moonlit grave. I wonder if she's picturing Cosette the person, or if she's seeing the stone for what it is. After a long time, she nods.
Yes. Yes, I do believe you're right. I'll never stop loving her, or missing her. She lived a wonderful life, and died a peaceful death. She'll remain at peace forevermore. But I'm still alive, and it's time that I acted like it. We can make a new life for ourselves here, one step at a time, together.
Right. Together. You're not alone anymore. Neither of us are. I just have one question, though. You said here. Does that mean that you'll stay?
Yes. Maybe someday we'll go. But I want it to be because both of us want to. Not just me. There's plenty of time for that in the future. Right now, I think I'd like to learn to enjoy Wellington again. To see it the way you do. Fresh and exciting.
I like that too.
Relief washes over me like a wave. I was prepared to go with her, if that's what she really wanted. But I'd much rather stay here for a while longer. After tonight, it feels like I can finally relax, without worry following me around. Julia and I are still together, and we're not going anywhere. But whatever happens next, I'm sure we'll be able to handle it, because we have each other. I let go of Juliet so that I can step forward and place the flowers that I brought for Junging on the ground beside Cosette's grave. They're a little bit smushed, but I'm sure that's alright. I don't think they'd mind. Almost immediately, a light breeze picks up, scattering the bundle lightly to the winds. I think that's alright too. I'll never forget about Junging either. No matter how far I go and how many people I meet, they'll always be special to me. They set me on my own path, the one that I walked for decades. If I could somehow tell them about everything I've seen and done since then, and about the new adventures that I'm sure to have with Juliet, I think they'd be just as excited for me as I am. I'm sad I never got to thank them properly, but just like Cosette and Juliet, I think that living life to its fullest is the best way I could do that. Juliet and I stayed quiet for a little bit longer, both reflecting on everything. Finally, she put her arm around me and gestures with her hand in the direction that we came from.
Well, shall we be getting back to the library? I imagine you could use some rest before tomorrow evening's activities.
Sounds good to me. I'm ready to go if you are.
Juliet turns to give one last look at the grave. The flowers she placed shake in the breeze, while mine are spread further and further. She smiles at me.
Yes. I think I'm ready.
Evening. As the day winds down and starts to get darker, a light breeze starts to pick up, Not enough to be cold, but enough to make me glad I have my jacket. Oh yeah, because the cemetery was at midnight. Aspen, Juliet, and I sit out on the front porch with the lights on, watching the road.
How long until people start showing up?
Soon, I'd imagine. The early evening is when most trick-or-treating begins.
They'd better hurry before Miho eats all the candy.
Can't argue with that.
I unwrap another piece and stuff it into my mouth, shoving the wrapper into my pocket with a bunch of others.
Maybe if you go knocking on doors, you could convince people you're a kid in a costume too. That way you could get your own candy.
Do you think that would work?
It's hard to talk with my mouth full of chocolate and caramel.
No, but it's funny to imagine.
Darn.
Oh, look! Here come a few of them now.
Sure enough, a group of 3 kids appears at the bottom of the hill and start making their way up towards us. I stand up the giant bowl in my hands.
Oh, how cute!
One of the kids has a white sheet draped over them, with big holes cut out for the eyes. The other 2 are dressed like characters I've seen on TV.
Trick-or-treat!
The 3 of them hold out open their pillowcases, and I toss a handful of candy into each one.
Here you go.
The one with the big eyes goes even more wide-eyed.
Whoa, that's a lot! Thanks a bunch! Wait, was it? Should I take some back?
Aspen swats at me gently.
You can't do that.
The 3 kids hurry off, probably afraid that I really was gonna reach in and reclaim some of the candy. I sit back down.
How much am I supposed to give them?
Usually a piece or 2, but it's not a problem. We still have several unopened bags inside.
Great.
I grab another piece for myself and munch on it.
Well, in that case...
Aspen reaches over and picks out a couple of candies for herself, too. It isn't long before the next batch of kids shows up, with another close behind them. The second group even has some parents accompanying them.
Trick-or-treat!
So loud. It gets later and later, but more kids start arriving, rather than less. I hand out candy until my arm gets tired and Aspen takes over. More than once, Juliet has to go inside and get more bags of candy to refill the bowl.
This is more work than the library on a busy day.
Even my first day of work, when Aspen helped me to run the desk, felt less busy than this evening does. But also, it's a lot of fun. Many of the kids have creative costumes, and I even recognize some of the characters they're dressed as. The less creative costumes are still cute too, and it's nice seeing so many happy smiles as they all walk away. It's not until the moon is high in the sky that the trick-or-treaters start showing up, or stop showing up. We can still hear the occasional whoop and shout from the streets nearby, but no one else comes up the path. The big bowl of candy is nearly empty, with less than a full layer left behind. A bunch of empty bags fill one of the recycling bins. In the end, we managed to go through all the candy Juliet bought. After about 10 minutes without any more kids, we finally get up from the porch.
I believe we can call it a night.
That was certainly the busiest Halloween I've ever been a part of.
Really? I didn't know if that was normal or not.
For Welly, maybe. But I don't get many trick-or-treaters at my apartment. And back home, there are like maybe 5 kids in town at any given time.
More candy for you!
Speaking of which, I hope I can count on the 2 of you to finish off the leftovers we have here.
You don't even have to ask.
I'd better take what I can before Miho claims it all for herself, shouldn't I?
Not if I beat you to it anyway.
Laughing, the 3 of us clean everything up and then finally head back inside the library.
That was quite fun, but I do think I'm ready for bed. Is something wrong?
Oh. I barely register her words. Something is wrong, but I don't know what. As soon as I walk through the front door, I can tell, but I can't place what it is. There's a burglar.
Miho?
Both of them stop walking, watching me with concern. Finally, it hits me.
It's cold.
It's cold.
It doesn't take me long to spot the source. One of the windows near the shelves, not far from Aspen's usual table, is wide open. The curtains flutter with the breeze. The two of them follow my line of sight.
Oh, did we forget to close this? But then, that doesn't make sense, does it? Why would we have just opened one of the windows?
We wouldn't. That window was definitely shut earlier.
Uh-oh.
It's Halloween. Maybe some kid snuck in here as a prank. Is anything missing?
The three of us look around, inspecting the shelves, front desk, and everything in between. If something's gone, it's not immediately visible.
I can't see anything out of the ordinary.
Me either.
Yeah.
Something still doesn't sit right with me. It's gotta be silver, right?
I'm gonna go look upstairs.
The other two follow behind me. Juliet goes to check her office, but it appears untouched. Aspen waits at the top of the stairs, watching. Meanwhile, I go to my room. Grabbing the handle, I push the door open and turn on the lights. I can hardly believe what I see. My window is open too. My bed sheets and pillows are strewn across the floor like someone climbed across the bed. What few other possessions I have are also scattered around the room as if a tornado had blown through.
Miho? Is something amiss?
I can hear them both hurrying my way as I remain frozen in the doorway. Behind me, Aspen gasps when she gets a glimpse of my room.
Who? Why?
I have a feeling I already know the answer to one of those questions, but not the other. Stepping inside, I mechanically pick up my things and put them back where they belong. Everything is here except for...
My scroll!
Wait, do I not keep it in my pocket anymore? Oh my god, Miho. Dude, she's really dropping the ball. That little piece of paper, the only belonging that I really care about, is nowhere to be seen. I check under my bed and every nook and cranny just to be sure, but it's gone. That fact is all the confirmation I need.
I'll be back.
Ooh. I push my way past Aspen and Juliet's shocked faces and dash back downstairs. Both Aspen and Juliet shout after me as I barrel out of the library, but I ignore them both. The instant I'm outside, I transform and keep running. There's no question or doubt as to who took my scroll. The question is why. As angry as I could be, I forced myself to stamp that feeling down, at least until I know Silver's reasons. The path to Mount Victoria is more crowded than I've ever seen it. Both the roads and sidewalks are full of people, mostly parents with their kids. Some of them point and cheer as I run past, but I don't give them a second thought. None of them try to stop me or get in my way. By the time I climb the mountain and reach Silver's part of the forest, it's dark. She isn't in any of her usual spots, but I can sense that she isn't far away. Racing through the darkness, I keep my nose near the ground, hot on her trail. Then suddenly, just like last time, I find her. She moves in the darkness, a patch of shadow that's a different color than the rest. Her bead glows as vibrant as ever, illuminating her wrist. It shines on the unfurled paper in her hand. Like always, she waits with her back to me.
So you came.
Wait, did she do this just to bait me?
Of course I did! Give me back my scroll!
I keep my distance but reach out my hand. She's just a few steps away, tilting her head to look up at the starry sky. No, not the sky. The trees. I follow her gaze upwards and realize something. I've been here before. I've recognized this tree. It's the one the bird fell from. That makes me pause. Has she been wondering about it all this time? Is this her way of asking? She did follow me all the way home. I soften my voice, but I know that I may as well be blunt.
It died, you know. They weren't able to save it.
Her posture doesn't change, but by the subtle light of her bracelet, I can see her fingers clench the edge of my scroll more tightly.
I met the woman who rescued it. She said the same thing that you did. That's just how nature is.
Silence. Gritting my teeth, I try to contain my growing frustration. Normally, I can tolerate her silence, but tonight, instead of just coming to talk like she knows I would, she steals my most beloved possession and makes me chase her out here. Also, she could ignore me.
Don't you have anything to say? You must have come here for a reason, didn't you?
More silence. Not even a breeze disturbs it. Finally, I've had enough. I step forward, snapping a branch beneath my shoes.
Hey! Answer me, damn it! Stop acting like you don't care about anything!
That gets her attention. She looks at me over her shoulder, face hidden except for her eyes, and then faces me.
Were you to happen upon another burn, more broken than the first, would you still try to save it?
Of course.
Even knowing that your effort is likely to be futile?
Yeah, even then. At least there's a chance it would work out.
You speak like a human, fighting against the inevitability of death. While we could watch the river of life from its shores, you choose to struggle upstream. Why?
Why? Because otherwise it all just passes by. I did what you said and watched from the shores for so long because I didn't even think about joining it. But once I did, once I let someone pull me in, I realized I like it more this way. It's hard sometimes. I haven't even been trying that long, but those hard times just help me appreciate the good ones more. Or even at all. There's someone I met who was also afraid of getting hurt, and someone else who was afraid of just passing by. They showed me that those are parts of life too, just like death is for a lot of people. Who cares about living forever if you don't care about being alive? Immortal or not, it's all we have.
So that probably implies that Aspen's main arc would be her sense of mortality. Feeling she has to work so hard all the time, when Juliet is the opposite.
You and me, my friends, that bird, it's the same for all of us. I could have run away. I thought about it a million times. It would have been a lot easier than staying. But I did stay. And so now, here I am. Someone took a chance on me once too. Even if I wouldn't have died, they still saved my life in a way. I thought it would be impossible for someone like me, like you and me, that it wasn't even worth the effort to try and change things. But I was wrong. And I'm glad that I was. And so that's why I do the same thing all over again, with a burn. Because if there's even a chance, it's worth trying.
Although I don't say it, I can't help but think even talking like this is something relatively new for me. Unlike Silver, who talks more like Aspen's old books most of the time. It just goes to show that there are lots of different paths our lives could have taken, but they've both brought us here together. While Silver is still thinking about what I said, her eyes suddenly go wide at the same time that I feel something warm on my neck. Holding my necklace where I can see it, both Silver and I just stare as my bead brightens before our eyes. The glow intensifies to the point that Silver has to shield her eyes and look away, although somehow it doesn't bother me. I also watch as another eyelash-thin crack appears, and then another. For a moment I half expected to just shatter, but it stops after the third crack, still holding itself together. The light from it also dims a little bit, but is still brighter than it was. When I let go and it falls back against my neck, my bead feels heavier than normal too. Silver is able to look at me again, and though the shock has faded from her expression, her eyes are still fixed on my bead. She laughs, but it's humorless. Shaking her head, she continues to stare at my necklace instead of my eyes.
I had hoped that by looking at this, I might be able to learn your secret. Some magic spell or incantation that you had invoked. At the very least, I thought I might understand. Even as I read it, I thought that I must be missing something. For what meaning could such simple instructions hold? Even as you arrived here, I hoped that perhaps you would reveal some missing part of the puzzle. So golden was your light as I approached your library that I thought it must be someone else. So bright that I could see it clearly. The same color as the person close to you. Now, I don't know if I should be disappointed or not to find there is no secret to these words. Is there?
Holding my scroll in front of her face the same way I held my necklace, her eyes glide across the characters.
수복강령. Please be happy.
The name of the game!
What simple nonsense. And yet, how could I deny that you've taken it to heart when your very aura tells me your truth?
It's all I can do to blink, to breathe, to stay standing upright as the world narrows to just the two of us, all awareness of anything else falling away from me. Confusion is just as plain on Silver's face at my reaction as I struggle to speak.
You can read it? That's what it says?
After years of looking and trying to understand it, she can read it just like that? Silver, who says she cares nothing for people and their lives or culture. I'm not the only one stunned. The parchment falls from Silver's hand as she drops it in shock. It flutters to the ground and stays there, even as a budding breeze starts to blow. That shock changes into understanding, and then Silver laughs again. Really laughs, for the first time I've ever seen. Her usual dignified and threatening poise is gone, as she laughs so hard that it echoes around the woods. Clutching her chest, it's all she can do to remain upright as she acts like she hadn't heard the world's funniest joke. Still, just like earlier, I'm not sure there's any humor in it. Finally, with a groan, she retrieves my scroll and then straightens up, wiping her eyes.
You're serious, aren't you? You never knew what it said before now.
I shake my head.
I would call you a liar if you were anyone else. You've made a fool of me without even trying. Or rather, I've made a fool of myself. I thought your glow was the result of those words. But you achieved that by yourself. Whatever it is you feel, it's something you've learned on your own, isn't it? You truly believe all the things you said.
Maybe not on my own. I had a lot of help along the way. But yeah, I mean it. Every word.
Oh, what am I doing? I have a girlfriend. I reach out my hand again, taking a step forward. Then another, and another. I stop just in front of Silver. All she has to do is take the final step forward. I don't demand anything, just reach. She eyes my hand warily like a stray dog trying to decide if I should trust someone. I hold my breath, waiting. With a rustle, she pushes the paper into my hand and then backs away, looking at the ground.
Your path is different than mine. We may have more in common than I once thought, but I still cannot follow behind you. Though I can understand why you walk it.
I nod.
And I understand why you said no. I hope you change your mind someday.
Perhaps. Although, I do not think we'll meet again.
Wait, why not? Are you leaving?
Soon. I don't know when. I haven't decided. But I made up my mind before I ever visited your library.
Oh.
You're disappointed.
I am. You're the first other Gumio I've ever known. You're like... family, I guess. Didn't you call us sisters before?
Silver blushes, averting her eyes. Oh my god, she is blushing!
Perhaps.
Then that's what we are.
That's simple, is it?
It really is.
Silver shakes her head and looks around, regaining a bit of her standoffish composure. This is about the time where she typically transformed and run away.
At least tell me before you leave, okay? Whenever it is.
She hesitates, but then agrees.
Fine. Goodbye. Miho.
Bye, Silver.
She walks towards me, rather than away, and comes to a stop right beside me. We both face in different directions. Slowly, she raises a hand and awkwardly pats me on the shoulder, just once. By the time I turn my head to look at her, all that I can see is the disappearing gleam of a silver fox fur as she blends into the night. I'm alone, but I don't feel alone. Looking at my scroll, there are a few new creases from where Silver held onto it, but they don't mess with the writing or anything. It's just another record of what we've been through together. The breeze from before picks up, making the paper flutter in my grip, and I use two hands to hold it. Seeing without reading, I let my eyes wander over the familiar characters. It's funny. All of this time spent not knowing what they said, just to find I've lived by them all along. Or, at least I've started to. Happiness? That's a new one for me too, I think. Another abstract concept that doesn't seem meant for me. But like everything else, it got easier along the way. I roll my scroll back up and store it safely in my pocket. The woods are dark as I walk through them, but I'm not afraid. The shining light of my bead brightens the path, leading my way back home. Wow. That was chapter 4, Oh! No! Go back! Dang it! Dang it! Oh wait, I went back. Okay, we're fine. I thought I accidentally skipped. Well, guys, that was chapter 4. Kind of a long one, but I think more emotionally heavy. Almost, dude, almost as heavy as the chapter where we forgot, or Aspen forgot us. A little bit of angst, but it was honestly just Miho being goofy and not knowing how relationships work. But I am excited for the final chapter. I'm kind of glad we went with the Juliet route, even though, like, there was no, like, obvious choice or, like, split. I think it's just, like, based off how you answer, like, some of the choices throughout. And I think it's interesting because a lot of the dialogues I chose were, like, I want to be more independent. I want to, like, have change. And it kind of led to Juliet over Aspen. So that's kind of cool. Can I save? I want to try rewind. Oh, there we go. I didn't save properly. Oh my god. Good thing I checked that shit. Holy moly. Okay. Oh, no. Well, either way, thank you all for watching. Feel free to like, comment, subscribe. You can watch these videos early on Twitch. Twitch.tv/peacein_17. That was chapter 4. We're heading into the final chapter. Let's go! Stay tuned for the next one. Peace out. I'll see you in the next one. Okay. I think I'm going to pause for today. Because I have a lot of laundry. And I read that this chapter was 4 hours long. So, guys, I will see you all tomorrow. I think tomorrow we should sit down and beat this game. We should beat it tomorrow. So, if you guys want something to watch, check out the YouTube channels. I have a clip, a VOD, and a highlight channel. Go subscribe to all of them that I just linked. Oh, that's funny. You can't just send a message that has a bunch of spaces. I don't think anybody's live. Yeah, no one's live. But either way. Oh, and if you want to help support me directly, consider subscribing to my art club, where you get early access to lino prints every single month. And you know what's funny? The current theme Foxes. From the game! From the game! Okay, well, I'll see you all tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good one. Enjoy your Saturday. Oh, there's music in the game now. There you go, VOD watchers. The game is still very cute. I do kind of want to watch like an Aspen route, like at my own time. I'll give my full review of this game whenever it's done. But it does kind of feel like you're just getting through the story at times. But then when it hits, man. Okay, thank you for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.